And we are back, continuing with our URL shortener microservice. And there's a few changes that I need to make today, namely the flow of the data. Once we get everything working, I want to split things up. So we got controllers. And we've got our URL entries, which is our models. And then we have our services as well. So all this needs to do at the end of the day is take the new URL entry and save it. That's all we basically need to do. And then the generate short URL is going to be a function. It could be in our helper. So we're still going to have our views. Just trying to think now, what's it going to look like? What's the API request? Short URL. So we have URL handler, and we have URL entries. So we have URL and we have short URL, so that's going to be our URL entries. That makes sense. And then we have the URL controller. We're not going to have anything in views because it's just going to be the one. Let's see. So we should probably have a helper folder, I'm guessing. It's always the hardest trying to get the structure right, isn't it? But I think I've pretty much got an idea now of how I'm gonna nail this down. Jack, hey, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm trying to figure out a structure on how I'm gonna do my projects going forward. I'm trying to come up with an idea that will work. I've like read a lot of different opinions, and obviously you always need to go based on what makes logical sense to you as well. Because if you don't understand it, then you know it doesn't help. And I'm thinking about going feature-wise. So let's say this will be shorten URL as the folder name. Inside of it I can have helper, I can have views, I can have the models. Instead of having helpers, views, models, etc. just everywhere, I have it by feature. So each feature, every specific thing that I can do, will all be enclosed in a single folder with subfolders inside of that. And I think that will be the best approach. It's like naming them as well. Let's not forget controllers. Do you use any conventions, Check? How do you name your projects? Haven't gotten that far? Well, fair enough. When you get there, it's fun. I'm just trying to think the downside of this. Let's say I have a helper. Okay, the helper should be specific to shorten URL. It shouldn't be global. The only thing is the moment you start having a function that can be used in others, well, I guess that's where you have to refactor, don't you? Because I have right now a generate random string function, which yes would be specific to shorten URL, but let's say this project grew it could be used somewhere else. So would it now still fall under helper? No, because then you'd have to access shorten URL helper, and then if that changed, you'd affect something else. So usually you want to keep your dependencies low, and everything should just work by itself. And that's generally what the definition of a microservice is, isn't it? That it should be able to work in and of itself, regardless of anything else. So even if I was connecting to a database, the microservice still needs to work, even in some limited capacity. But usually, you know, that would be your first layer. It connects to a database before anything else. Yeah, so these are going to be all specific to shorten URL. But maybe I should have helpers outside of shorten URL. Helpers. Helpers, shorten URL. And then these are subfolders. Then we get rid of helpers here. So we just got views, specific to shorten URL, models, and controllers. How would that look in our server, for example? Views. We would specify what it is, yeah. What about the root directory? That's the thing. So we've got the root itself, a different view. Fonts, okay, models. I learned today that MVC is quite old, like from the 90s. So we have the views folder, we have the models. Only thing I haven't figured it out is the controller itself. Okay, so let's find the MVC. There it is. So this is our local code here. Because what would be in a controller? Let's see, controller action. So what have you been up to, Folchak? Put the logic in the model if it's going to be used across controllers. If it's controller specific, just drop it in your controller. Ah, yes. I guess we could have a services folder. That's my best solution right now. Services. So we have views. That is for each view that Shorten URL would have. We have models, which would obviously house the database for that specific thing, the Shorten URL. Controllers that would handle whatever it needs to handle, interface with the model, and then services that would interface for the controllers, because obviously our controllers are too big. And I think that should work. And then helpers are just going to be general helpers that could be used in any of them. So they're generic enough that they, you know. That's still something I'm like debating, because generating a 5 character or an X character string, random character. Yeah, I mean that's fine, it could be in a helpers folder. But what if it's specific? That's the thing though. What if it needs to be in a specific way and we changed it? Yeah, no. Okay, I think the helper folder should be inside of the shorten URL, because the thing is, we could implement the shorten the random string in such a way that it's only unique enough for shorten URL, in which case it should be there. So that's what our structure will look like currently. I think it will be neater then. Then do we still have a views folder in general? Where does the index go? Does it just go here? Just have an index.html be in the root. Is that a bad thing? Public style.css. I guess we'll figure out how that goes as time progresses, but let's start remodeling this. So we're gonna have shorten URL, and then we're gonna have models, controllers, models inside of that. We are also gonna have views, we are also gonna have services, and we are also gonna have helpers. So I think that would look neater now, because then we'll have a project folder, so shorten URL, views specific to shorten URL, models specific, because models handle, so if we write this, what the user will see, depending on the root, the data that is connected to our microservice, so databases in this case, the logic that handles the sending of the data to our databases, the logic that processes the logic for the controllers, if that makes any sense, because the services will do any calculations, because right now in our controller we do a lot of things. For add URL we have a regex, then we check if the domain actually exists, we do a lookup, then we check if there's an error, then we have a URL that's being generated. Like, too much is going on. All that needs to happen is add URL, the URL and add it to the database. That's all that the controller should be doing. So all this logic needs to move into a services file, and that's what we're creating there. And then the helpers are any helper functions to help any other well, functions, I guess. I don't know. Like, so if you need to do something in the controller of the services, like get is string, or is database ready, or whatever, that'll be a helper. And then you don't pollute whatever file there is. So I think that works. Folder, views, models, controller, services, helpers. We nailed it down. Cool. So I'm going to leave that there for now. Let's go and recreate that, like I said. So Shortener, we got a controllers, we got helpers, we got models, we got services, we got, and views we got. I wonder what I was trying to do with modules. Modules versus helpers versus utils, because I know some people like name them utils and stuff. And let's see what people think. Free from side effects. They are used for application-specific behavior that does not belong in the class or classes on which these functions operate. They do not require any shared state. Yeah, they don't. Should probably specify JavaScript, since language specific. Because there's also components and there's modules and exports text utils, yeah. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with helpers. I just want to make sure my imports are as clean as possible. Probably close all of these files. And restart. So we had modules before, but we're not going to have modules anymore. We're going to have helpers, great, and inside helpers we have something in there, URL handler, models, services, views. And this is where we need to name things properly now as well. So the controller, URL handler, what does our controller really do? That's what we need to look at. And how much of this is going to be delegated to another file? Ideally, all we want to do is have a function add URL to database. Let's see, what would the logic look like? And then you would have something like URL, and you would have something like url.save. You would also have to have a, you'd need URL entry. So it would look something like this. New URL entry equal to new. So we would need the URL. Well, actually no, we would just need the URL object, wouldn't we? We want to store it in a database. Add URL entry to database. URL object. And then URL entry equal to new URL entry, URL object, and then we will just do something like URL entry.save, for example. Full check. I gotta make a data model for handling my character info, but it's like reading French. Data model. Interesting. What do you need to do? And character info? When I read character info, I think like some kind of game. It's like, cool, character. What's its agility? Do we have strength? Who needs strength? Max agility, right? And intelligence. I'm assuming it's not game related, is it? That's where my mind is right now. Add URL entry to database. So that all it should do is take the URL entry, make it, and save it. That's all. Boom, done. Now, if only why can't I speak today? If only it was that easy. Because we still need to save. Okay, so we did the saving. Cool, so that's done. We still need to create the object. URL and short URL. Would it be something like create URL entry maybe? Which takes in, what do we need for it? A URL and a short URL. And for that we need something like that. You would return an object, URL and short URL. Which then calls create URL entry. Actually, we don't need that then, do we? You're just a URL entry equal to oopsie. Create URL entry. You'd still need the URL and the short URL in here, which would need to be passed in. yeah. Now I have to save my character info in FiveM. Alright, you mentioned that last time, the GDA framework. Did you manage to get any luck or help with that? However, it's not recommended to have MySQL connected directly into your code, so I have to push the data from the server, serialize it to client, and deserialize it to get it to work safe. Ah. Sounds fun. Sounds interesting. So create URL entry can technically create the URL by calling the function that I specified. So generate short URL. So URL equal to generate short URL 5, right? Because then you just use URL there. Return URL. And then, wait, no, that's short URL. How does it get the actual URL? How do we get the actual URL? The stripped in one. What would you call that when you remove the protocol from a URL? It's not really strip, is it? It's not really clean process. I guess it could be function process URL. And that will be something where we pass the URL in. So we take the regex. We might have to have a regex folder. Then process URL will basically be take the URL and pass it through the regex. So something like this. URL.match domain regex.toString.2 lowercase. Return. We're going to return that. And then to get the URL we do process URL. But now the issue here is it expects a URL to be passed. So that's where the DNS, I think, lookup comes in, doesn't it? Function is domain valid. Does that sound right? Because so far we have add URL entry to database, create URL entry, process URL, process domain, maybe? Which will basically be dns.lookup. URL. If error. Something like that. So dns.lookup URL.replace protocol regex. We're gonna have to import the protocol regex. So that's process domain. Process URL. Oh, we must think about a better name for that once we figure out what it does. But we're slowly getting there. This is looking better already. So for create URL to work, it needs to process URL. For process URL to work, it needs to take in a URL. So I'm assuming we're going to have to call process domain. I don't want to call a function inside of a function, you know? So who should be calling who? I think process domain should be calling process URL. So process URL with the URL. And then it takes the URL and it returns the URL. So we want process domain then, I guess. Passing in request.body.url. And that will return a URL and a short URL. Then add URL entry to database. It will call create URL. Wait, what? URL entry equal to create URL. Never mind, that returns the object. URL entry equal to create URL entry. And then URL entry.save. We still need to create a type though, which we're not doing. New URL entry, and we pass a function, and then URL entry.save. We need some checks though if things go wrong. So where does this all get triggered? Let's see. When I want to add URL to database, it calls URL entry, create URL entry. So let's go there. Create URL entry. URL is process domain. Let's go there. Process domain is dns.lookup. What if there's an error? We could return a boolean of true or false. That could be part of a helper function now that I think about it. Is domain valid? Return false if error, else true. Right? Then we don't process URL here. We return true. Where do we call create URL entry? I think we're doing the flow wrong because we're going to call add URL to entry first. And then it's working backwards. We need to start first. Let's have a logical flow. Is domain valid? Is it valid? Create URL. Create short URL. Store URL and short URL in database. And if it's false, display error. This is the flow. This is how it needs to flow. So how do we get it to flow this way? Because right now I did it the other way around. I was just going to call add URL to entry, and then it's going to go create a new URL entry from that. Then it's going to, it's like backwards. I don't know why I'm doing it backwards. So we check is can't talk today. Is domain valid? So if it's true, create a URL. So process URL should be if is domain valid, create URL, I think we got it, else show error. And create URL here is return URL.match and then is domain valid, we need to pass in obviously the URL. Return URL.match else show error, which is going to be that this one, res.json invalid URL. Cool. So that's already better. So something needs to call process URL, obviously. Create URL entry, maybe? Because then this one you just do process URL. Whoops. Process URL, request.body.url. And short URL is generate short URL 5. Return short URL, URL and short URL. That's create URL entry, and then add URL entry to database is new URL entry create. So when we call add URL entry to database, because this is going to be the controller now. Is this the right flow though? Add URL entry to database. URL entry is new URL entry from create URL entry. Create URL entry. That's where it gets the data. Process, it goes to process URL. There's process URL. But no, this is still wrong. I think it should be under process URL. Process URL should be the logic for all this. Process URL, if is the main valid URL. If it's valid, we do add URL entry to database. Let me see the logic for this. Else we show the error, because it should be a single place where it's either or. Either add the URL entry or show the error. That's how I think it should be. But now add URL entry to database requires you to create URL entry. And that's fine. See, that's the thing. Process URL is the URL when you go to it, but also process URL can be when we apply the regex. I need another form for that. We need two constants here. Const URL equal to request.body.url. Short URL length. We can have options, can't we? Short URL options equal to now I have a configuration object with the URL length size. Is domain valid? It will return true or false only. If it's valid, we need to add URL entry to database URL. Now let's see what that gives us. So the unfiltered URL, obviously. What?
Okuma 645
No way!
is rating our family with 18 viewers. To arms.
Okuma 645, thank you so much for that raid. How's it going? Is that PHP? I wish. It's Node. I'm trying to refactor my code. I basically had this mess of a function over here that would take the user's URL, check if it is valid, doing a DNS lookup, and then either return a short URL based on the URL and store it to the database, or return an error. But obviously I'm doing way too many things in a function. So I wanted to refactor it into smaller functions. So the first thing we do is process the URL, and we call isDomainValid. That just does the DNS lookup, either returns true or false. And if it's true, we can add the URL entry to the database, and that will create a new URL entry, get its value from create URL entry, which gets a URL, processing that URL, and a short URL from generate short URL. It's got a few steps to it, but I think it'll be easier to maintain. At least that's what I'm hoping. I'm still mulling it over. But yeah, hello to you guys. It's really awesome of you, Eokuma. What have you been up to? I done a URL shortener back in the day. I'm sure there are so many easier ways to do this. But yeah, we were given the task to work with Node. For whatever reason, we have to use these specific functions, and we have to return it in a certain way, and store it in a database in a certain way. So yeah, it's fun times. And hello to you, I'm left the joint. Some interesting names here. How are you all doing? And what are you guys up to? What are your interests? Let's have a look at Akuma's channel. I'll drop you a follow as well. This is really awesome of you. Ah, Lilith. Awesome. So, ooh, that's a lot of skills you got there. Rust, Vulkan, C, C++, Java, C#, Python, Scala, and CUDA. Damn. That's amazing. So, game dev. I heard a lot about Rust. Isn't that like a can't speak today. Derivative or similar to C? What if I give you a JSON dictionary with 5,000 Russian words? Will you implement it as a human-friendly URL? You know what? For you, Lama Boa, did I say that right? I would do that. Totally. But is it okay if I turn all of the URL entries into derivatives of Putin? So you get Putin and Putin and Putin and just like a bunch of Putins. Would that be human friendly? I think it would be readable at the very least. Your stream looked like you were doing something cool. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I can show off other things I've done, like my... what was it? Timestamp microservice? Very simple. Let's see, here you go. I wasn't supposed to, but I did some API documentation for it. We just needed a very simple example. So I built my own API documentation from scratch. I didn't use any libraries or stuff because I thought, you know, one day I'm going to have to learn how to do this, and I thought it would be useful. So it's very simple. There's your endpoint. Go to API timestamp. Here's some examples, so you can put in a date like 27 of any natural numbers or even Unix milliseconds, and it gives you an output. So it gives you the Unix value and it gives you the UTC formatted value. That was very basic. I was like very happy with it. It's the first time I actually worked with an API before. So yeah, other things that I've done, simple things compared to you. I had a Pomodoro clock that I made that I thought was really cute. Because, you know, you get Pomodoro clocks, but then you get the cute one. So I decided to make one. It makes little sounds, gives you motivations when you click on it. Keep up the exceptional work. I mean, very basic. And this was with React, managing states, so that was really cool. First time working with React as well. You got you got a link to it? Just randomly 5,000. Did you just grab 5,000 words? Wow! So it's in an array. What are these words? Like, are they just random words? They're from a dictionary, you said? And Rust is like the best language that exists at the moment? Okay. For game development or? And I always made that joke, you know, compared to the actual Rust, the game. That was pretty fun. But yeah, if you guys have any hints for me, suggestions, please do feel free to let me know, because I'm still trying to restructure this. But basically, what needs to happen is you enter a URL. It checks if that URL is valid by doing a DNS lookup on the domain, and then it gives you a shortened version of that URL. So that's what I'm trying to create here. I also had to restructure how my folders are going to be. That was the other big thing. I decided to go on a folder based on the feature, so a shortened URL. And then inside of that, almost similar to the MVC format, I'm going to have a views folder, models folder, that'll house all the databases and stuff, controllers, that what we're trying to clean up now, services, where all those functions for the controllers will go into, and then helpers, anything, you know, that doesn't fit anywhere else. I kind of felt like that works a bit better than what I had before. I'm still trying to find like a convention that works and that's easy to maintain. It's most common and exactly an average frequency. Okay. What was I gonna do now? Yeah, and then some people name their controllers in the name itself. And I'm still deciding if I want to do that. It's like that's a problem with me. Like I can't move forward unless I know, okay, it's named properly. But I know you can't really name things until you're actually done, right? When the code's done, then you can be like, oh, okay, this can go here. This is named this. I think that's my issue. I need to just write the code, get it done, and then afterwards figure out what goes where. That was confusing. But yeah, I do think that the first step that we need to do is check if the domain is valid. And then based on true or false, we will do something. Currently process URL is like the starting point. These are all going to go into the services. So it takes a URL in which, that's the thing though. Process URL. I don't think it should take anything. I think it should just be, you call process URL. The URL is going to be the request.body.url. And then the short URL option is going to be the configuration object. Then we call is domain valid with that URL. And if it is, we can add URL entry to database. Else we return the error. Problem now is, I don't know if, like that's the final outcome is add the URL to the database, but now I'm traversing quite a bit because then I go here to add URL entry to database, which does URL entry equal to new URL entry. So that's our model. We're creating a instance of that model or the document based on the Mongoose, whatever the Mongoose API does. And that takes in an object. The object being whatever we set up in our model. And currently that is URL, which is a string, and short URL, which is a string as well. So it requires an object to be passed in. URL and short URL. So to get that, we're calling create URL. Now I don't know if it would be better if I do const URL object equal to create URL entry like that, and then I just pass in URL object like so, or if it's better if I just, you know, do the function call inside of that statement. So that's what I need to figure out now, which one's better for readability as well. Do you have a function call inside of the parameter, or do you have it outside of it? I mean, it's only 2 lines. Well, technically 3, but I mean, still, that's fine. Why don't you store time when it was created? I mean, I guess I could. There just wasn't a requirement for it. Would there be a reason why I would store the time? We could have a timestamp, but yeah. All I'm going to do is traverse through the database and see if that short URL exists. And if it doesn't exist, you know, we can store that short URL. So I don't know if like time would be something we want. I mean, it could be a nice to have, but as older it gets, probably less viable the link is. Yeah, that's actually, it's a valid point, yeah. You could be like heads up. But the thing is, where would we ever show that to the user? All it does is redirect. So let's say this is domain.shorturl.com/1. You go to 1, which takes you to google.com. There's no interaction. It just directly takes you. You go to the short URL, it takes you to the full URL. So where would you actually say, you know, hey, this is old, outdated? Do you think we should have like a message? By the way, this URL was created a year ago. Good luck. But yeah, I'm left to join. Thank you so much for that follow. I really appreciate that. That's really awesome of you. Using? I'm just a little bit sticky with key value storage, and I keep them in priority on top, most frequently used, then most recent. But in MongoDB I have no idea about how it's optimizing the data. Yeah, I'm still new to like the whole thing. Apparently the performance is better because of the way that it handles it. But I don't think I'll ever be reaching the point of, you know, seeing the performance gains. Like no one's gonna really be using the link shortener. So you're not gonna have like tens of thousands of requests. But I mean, it's cool to build and see how it works. But yeah, I see what you mean in terms of frequently used and that. It's all great things to consider.
Okuma645 is following the family.
Oh, hey, Akuma, welcome. You're amazing again for that raid. It was really awesome of you. And yeah. Wait, did I think I dropped a follow on your channel? What happened to it? Yeah, I did. I gotta go now, unfortunately, but I'll pop into your stream if you're online when I have some free time. Thank you. And I'm definitely gonna do the same. I'm curious to see how Rust works out. I'm very much into game dev. I eventually want to get into it myself, so I think that's something that will really interest me. But Lilith, was it? Thank you so much, and I really hope that things go well for you. Wishing you the best of luck with your projects and such. And there we go. And dropped you a follow as well. Thanks, Akuma. Left to join, you said I have to learn about databases for an exam in September? It's really boring. I can imagine. What's really fun though is if you look at how you can access the data. For example, I don't know if you saw in my models, but it's really cool how Mongoose interfaces with it, because Mongoose is obviously an API driver that connects to MongoDB. And you can create a schema. So schema basically says, hey, this is how okay, so first of all, like MongoDB has things like the database, and then inside of the database you'll have like a document, well, actually you have a collection and then you have a document. So the hierarchy is something like that and then that. So you say, okay, the schema is going to be every document that I create is going to have these kind of like objects in JavaScript. It's going to have a URL as the key. It needs to be a string, and it is required. And it's also going to have a short URL, which is also a string, and is also required. So when I go and create a new document to be stored into this database, I simply go to the entry here, and I say, hey, my URL entry is a new URL entry. URL entry being the schema that we created here, because you can see when we export it, we export the model as URL entry, which references URL entry schema. So it's kind of like prototypes, if you worked with prototypes and constructors, well, constructor in JavaScript. So we're creating a new instance of URL entry, and we're passing in the values. In this case being the URL and the short URL. So that's kind of cool about Mongoose. So whereas, you know, PHP and MySQL, you would have your traditional SQL setup and it would be relational and all that, and you'd have tables. Here, it kind of treats everything like an object, which is really nice, because if you know how objects work in JavaScript and you're used to that, you can continue doing the exact same thing with MongoDB. So that's what I like about it very much. Yeah, and I have to learn about how to bring a database in 3NF or 4NF. Geez, what even is that? I don't even understand that. And learning necessary and sufficient conditions about it. Wow. It's not really applied like Mongoose. Yeah, I came out. Okay, so is that like SQL, I assume? So not non-SQL, because obviously Mongo is NoSQL. I don't even know what that means. That's crazy. 3NF, 4NF? What does it mean? Fourth normal form. There's what? That's crazy. Are you doing a CS class? Computer science? And Varani, hey! Mongoose. Yeah, we were at Mongoose like a while back doing some other stuff with MongoDB. Now I'm just creating a microservice that's utilizing Mongoose and MongoDB. But I'm trying to structure the my entire thing, because like I was explaining earlier, I had everything in one function, and I'm trying to stick away from that. I'm trying to branch everything so every function just does one thing. That's all. Functional programming, right? So yeah, I was getting somewhere. So this was our flow. Is the domain? Why can't I speak today? Domain. Is the domain valid? True. Create a URL. Create a short URL. Store the URL and short URL in database. If it's false, display an error. That's the flow that we're going to be going with. How far have we gotten there? I don't know what's going to call is domain valid. That's the only thing right now. I'm thinking maybe it's process URL. So that we just call process URL. That already has the data here. Then it calls is domain valid, puts the URL in, and then if it is, it adds URL entry to database. Here's my only issue now. Is this too much? Because then it calls a function that calls a function that calls another function. So what happens when you have like those chained functions? Is that a bad design approach? So it calls add URL to entry, passing in the URL. Add URL entry to database is basically going to create a new URL entry, taking in the URL object. But we get the URL object from create URL entry, which basically goes and says, okay, cool, this URL, this is what it's going to be, and this is what your short URL is going to be. So actually this needs to be here. And this takes URL and this calls URL in there and create URL entry has URL. And then actually here we can process that entire thing where we do the whole making it pretty. Something like that. So then the URL is URL.match the regex, so we clean it up, turn it back to a string because match turns it to an array, then lowercase everything. There's our URL, nice and pretty. Our short URL we're going to go generate, and that's going to be in there, and then return URL short URL. So who's calling it? Create URL entry there, URL object. Okay, looks about right. These are just complex abbreviations about some properties which a general relational database can have. It's not hard, one just has to learn vocabulary. Right. I think the applied setting is way harder. And yes, it's a CS class. Okay, that makes sense. That's why I immediately asked, you know, is it a CS class? Sounds quite advanced. Have you built any like fun projects? Because maybe if you like work around with the databases, they could like interest you. I generally feel that's the best way I learn, when I'm just building with whatever I'm struggling with. But yeah, let's turn this into, let's make this all happen now. We've kind of hypothesized, and from what I can tell it's going to work. And this needs to be turned into the helper. Okay, let me just make sure. Left to joint, you said your Pomodoro clock, is it spelled like this? Yeah, it's spelled like that. Is a cool idea. Maybe I can implement something like that with C and Win API. And you're trying to learn C at the moment? Like C#, C++, or just like basic C? Wait, is it C#? Yeah, C++. Is there C? Just normal C? Isn't that the old? Basic C, okay. Yeah, I'll drop you a link to my Pomodoro. Then you can feel free to have a look at it. Or actually, I'll drop you the code pen, would be better. Because then you can also see how I did it. This one. There you go. It's just in React, but I don't know how that will translate to C. Because the nice thing about React is everything is managed in a state. I don't know how state is managed in C, I have like no idea, but everything is stored in state so that whenever anything changes, like a button is clicked, the value gets updated in your view. But I'm sure you can work around that. I mean, you just look at what it does, kind of thing. It was a very fun project. This was probably the most fun that I had. Thanks. Obviously, it's hard to do any good-looking graphics without a library. I wouldn't know. Like, I'm so thankful for CSS. How do you actually work around that? Because obviously C isn't really a web language, is it? So you don't, like, can you work with CSS? Isn't it C# that you can potentially use to create web apps? That's one of them. Either, I think it's C#. Yeah, I've never actually thought about that. Like, how do you do graphics? I heard you got to use those forms and stuff, or whatever it's called, those GUIs. I know someone that calls them GUIs, so however you want to call them. But yeah, that must be hard. Like, forms, right? Win forms or something? Creating everything? Jeez. But I want to look at Electron, I think it was. Was it Electron? Because apparently you can use like Node and JavaScript and stuff to create desktop applications. And that sounds crazy. Because up until now I would have had to learn something like C++, C# or something. Whereas with Electron, I could just take the knowledge I already have in JavaScript and start creating desktop apps. Like, how cool does that sound? So the stuff that I do, like the Pomodoro calculator, like I can literally create it as a desktop app. That's just like sounds crazy to me. And apparently, I think it was you, Verani, that said VS Code was created in Electron. So I mean, the fact that you have this massive editor that can do all this just goes to show how powerful that is. So yeah, my next project at some point definitely going to be an Electron project. Okay, so let me just create the structure in my folders real quick. You guys can't see this because it's on my desktop, but I'm just going to quickly replicate these folders. Okay, I think that's it. That's done. All 5 already. And now we can start working in a neater VS Code versus this web editor. I just hate it. Only thing now is I don't know what to call my controller. What is it? URL controller? URL handler? And then the models. Is it URL? Oh, it's URL entries, because the models are the databases. So that actually makes sense if they're URL entries. Okay, so under models, we're going to have URL entries. I don't know if I should call them like .model, or if it should just be URL entries. Because some people add the type to the file. But it's already in a models folder, so I don't... Because this is what it would look like then, for example. Right now, it would be models, whoops, if I could spell, models / URL entries .model.js. Whereas I could have it as models URL entries.js. So I don't know which one to really go for. Apparently in one of the C languages, it's a requirement that you have controller or model or whatever in the name. So I think they do something like URL controller, whoops, URL controller dot CS or whatever it was. And then it automatically detects that that's a controller. If you don't, then you have to like specify it. So I know that's like a convention in one of the C languages, but we're not doing C, we're doing JavaScript, so I don't know why I have that thought, but I'm like, one day, what if these files somehow don't exist in folders? Then you wouldn't know what URL entries is at a glance. Whereas if it had model in it, you know, oh okay, that's the model for URL entries. But then having the folder name is kind of irrelevant. So if we had no folder name, sure, that would be like absolutely necessary. So I think I'm gonna go with URL entries without model in its name. I think that would be the best option. So URL entries without model. And then for controllers, we're gonna have URL handler. URL entries, URL handler. And then helpers, we're gonna have that bit of code. Which basically generates short URL. So I'm going to create a separate file for that. Perfect. I love that I have that. So now it's in its own little file. The only thing here is that's in helpers. Yeah, generate short URL. But that's exports.generate short URL. I think it needs to be module.exports, right? How do exports work? Is that standard JS? We'll test and see what happens. But apparently there's two ways to do this. Either exports versus module.exports. I want to see what the difference is in Node. Why is it two? Because I obviously don't know the difference myself. Setting module.exports allows the database module function to be called like a function when required. Simply setting exports wouldn't allow the function to be exported because Node exports the object. Oh, that's if you call the function directly, right? So that shouldn't matter, we're not going to do it that way.
CyberGig22 is following the family.
CyberGig, thank you so much for that follow. I really appreciate that. Think of module.exports as the variable that gets returned from require. It is an empty object by default and is fine to change to anything. Exports, well, exports itself is never returned. It is just a reference to module.exports, a convenience variable to help module authors write less code. Exports.method equal to function versus module.exports.method equal to function. Okay, so in our case it's fine to use, basically. Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? It will either work or it won't work. So we'll do that then. Someone said something about Electron? I was talking about Electron, Verani, that I can't wait to make an app eventually. Because obviously I'm working in JavaScript, which is quite fun, isn't it? Okay. So, what have we discovered? We are busy here. Generate short URL. Result is an empty string. So let's go ahead and make this. Also, it didn't tell me where I want to save this. Where did I put this? I put it in controllers. That's not where I want it. I wish it like asked me where I wanted. But it's fine. We'll move it there. That's actually really cool when you want to refactor it though. So it's going to be in helpers. Generate short URL. There it is. Exports.generate short URL equal to generate short URL. Perfect. Result is equal to an empty string. Characters, those are our characters. We're not going to do this database check. That needs to happen somewhere else. All we care about is returning a item. I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus equal to 1, result plus equal to characters. Character at math.floor, math.random time characters.length. That's how many we want. Between that and that. This is how many we want. So this needs to be... Do we say length? Generate short URL length. And then less than length. So that will generate a short URL based on the length. Perfect. Now let's move on to the next stuff. Which is... This is the old code. Let's bring back the code that we were working on. So we're not going to have that, but now we need to require, don't we? So Verani, you told me last time to require, I just need to require the file name, right? Generate short URL equal to require. Helpers. Generate short URL. So that should be fine. So then generate short URL is still there, still valid, great. And then what was URL entry? Alright, that was the object, which is still in models, I believe, but we renamed it. So now it's just URL without JS, URL entries. So we got URL entry, we got generate short URL, perfect. We still need to do this somewhere. Is domain valid? That needs to be in services, I believe. So I need a file called process URL inside services. Process URL.js. And then inside of that we're going to have these things. I'm gonna need this. I'm also gonna need DNS. Is domain valid? DNS lookup. It needs to take in a domain. And then somewhere else we need to handle the protocol regex. I think I need, yeah. There we are. So that should close that off. And then we close that. See what errors we have. Process URL. Why is that an issue? Const? Oh, there we go. So is the main valid. Pass in a domain. DNS.lookup the domain. We're not going to do the replace here, so we need to do the replace somewhere else. Where are we looking up the is domain valid? There. Virani, are you still here? I wanted to know, I've seen some places where you could just specify the folder and then the name is the variable. So like before, I would have a helpers.js and then inside of that I could have process URL as a function, get URL, just an example, right? And then when I want to import it, I could do a destructuring, right? So I could do process URL get URL equal to require helpers helper, right? Is that valid? So then I get process URL, get URL from that one file. The problem now is I'm not going to be doing all of it in one file anymore. So I'll have helpers process URL.js and I will have helpers process get URL.js, and I don't want to specify each one as a require helpers process URL helpers get URL. Is there an easier way where it looks at the folder helpers and I could just import these? I could have sworn that I saw someone that was talking about that at some point, where it looks at the folder. You have to do so, or you extend a class, or you create an object of it, or something. Then you could just call that class or something. I don't know. No, it was a vanilla JavaScript thing. It wasn't like Node. It wasn't like any frameworks. I should have probably saved that page. Because right now it would be easier if I stuck everything in helpers. Oh wait, what if I put all those files require in a helpers file, right? What would happen then? If I put the require process URL, require get URL inside a helper file, can I not then process URL, get URL equal to helper still? I think that's what they did. Apparently you can do this. Export, you just export each one. They're modules, Varani. Pull all the modules into, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So how do you pull, what do you put in that index.js? Do you require, or like what goes in the index.js? Okay, the bunch of requires. Do you know why the default export when I did this was exports instead of module.export? I tried to Google it, but apparently they're almost similar. Is this still valid? Exports dot instead of module.exports? Apparently it's the same thing, it just points to it. Is that true? Panda. Huh. It didn't export it this time though. Interesting. Oh, but you still need to define DNS here. We should just be passing in domain here. Do I need to pass in these? Are they required? Let's look at dns.lookup quick. You can also resolve. Wait, where's lookup? Uses the same operators as most other programs, okay. Okay, so I don't think I need to pass in address and family. We only care about error. If error, return false, else return true. And then we could simplify this to instead of an if, an else. Wait, what? You could just do not error? That's new. How does the not... I always get confused. What does not mean? What does it do? So then I need an index in helpers. Where I need to require. What is the issue here? Wait, why can't I do generate short URL? Do I need to specify JS now? There you go. And then you just do exports. Wait, how did we do this before, Verani? There was a... Oh, just exports equal to, and then each one. Generate short URL is domain valid, like that. Cool. Is domain valid, require is domain valid, exports generate short URL is domain valid. Then I just require index.js in here. Wait, why is that? Oh, right. Now we don't need this anymore. Yay, look at us. Process URL. If is domain valid, URL. Now we need to clean the URL up. We need to call the helper here for the regex. The domain regex. I could call apply regex. You would have to specify the regex in the URL though. We could call it apply regex to string. Give it the regex and give it the URL. In this case, the URL. And then we can have a folder, like I said, for regex and all that. Apply regex to string. That's going to be a regex folder, like I said, yeah. So is that going to be in the helpers though? Controllers, helpers, models, services, views. It could be a new folder called regex, I guess. Oh, but that's the thing, apply regex to string. But we're doing match. You're not really applying it. So we're gonna have to work around this. But let's find the regex along, because we need that anyway. Mr. President Show, hey, how's it going? Where's our regex for this? That's why I'm so glad we're cleaning this up. So there's a domain regex. But I think we just needed the protocol regex. That's all we need to remove, is the protocol when we send it through. What software do I need to create social network? There's so many different ways that you can go about doing that. I guess it all just depends on what your requirements are. I do believe Facebook works on React, so you could always look at React. I'm sure there are some frameworks that already exist that are built for social networks, like one-click deploys. You could probably look at that. But yeah, I guess I would have to say React is a good start. What do I think? Yeah, I would say React. If I needed to constantly display data and views and UIs that need to be updated based on changes. I think at some point we need to make a message board, so that'll be kind of similar to a social network, so I'll have to see how that goes. Can you link it? React? Yeah, sure. You just go to React. They have a create React app. Here you go. Hey, Mr. Streamer, really cool song, Dirty Ramirez Toxin. I'm gonna save that to play later. Thanks, left to join. You seem a good coding expert. No, I wouldn't classify myself as an expert at all. I'm still learning and picking things up here and there. And I'm having fun doing it, so that's, I guess, all that matters. I'm trying to figure out what we call the protocols, like HTTP, HTTPS, FTP and stuff. I think those are web protocols, aren't they? Are they web protocols? Are they just protocols? I think I'm just gonna call the file strip protocol. So there we're gonna have this. I need to set this default, the CRLF. End of line sequence. Where do we set this? Settings. End of line. LF instead of CRLF. There we go. So now this will be by default LF because it complains about things not being and then we need to export this, don't we? Was it not? Exports dot. Prettier, why aren't you working? Prettier. Why didn't you change my line breaks, Prettier? I don't understand. Pretty sure I specified the line break. Doesn't Prettier work for... Let's see what Prettier works for. Why is Prettier not working though? Or what parser am I using? That's probably the issue here. Nope, that didn't change anything. Oh well, guess I'm just gonna be doing it like this. So const strip protocol equal to exports dot strip protocol equal to strip protocol. Awesome. And then our other one is gonna be, what does this do? What does this domain regex actually do? I think it just gets the domain. I think that's the purpose of it. Let's test it real quick, see what's going on. Yeah, it just gets the... Is this a domain though? That's the protocol. This is the protocol. This is the domain. And anything after that is a resource. Why did we need that though? Why did we need domain regex? Oh, we wanted to lowercase it. That's why. In case the user uppercased just the domain. What do we call it then? What does it do? So we have strip protocol. Why is it only matching reg X? Why not the R? So that doesn't change the format. So we get the first one, which is correct. That's interesting. Where's our regex? Trying to figure out how we did this. Sorry, I'm back. No worries, welcome back. So why is it matching regex only? Why not the R in regexer? Match one or more of the preceding tokens. And this doesn't change. Do you need more software to create social network besides React? Well, I mean, I guess you'd have to store your data in a database. So, you'd need to pass that on. I mean, if you're going to do everything in JavaScript, then you'd use Node, so node.js, and then interface from there. I guess you could do MongoDB, NoSQL. Hey Deadshot, how's it going? It's good to see you again. So this is the protocol, which is optional. Then it's gonna match anything after that, as many as they are, till it matches a dot. Actually, so why does it do it like that? Have I got capture groups wrong? HTTPS. The first one is correct, which is optional. Then the next capture group is supposed to be the domain or subdomain, which is that one. But why does it only have regex? Why not regexer? That's what's confusing me right now. Hey Veroni. Veroni, how is your regex? Can you see anything wrong here in my regex? Group 1 is correct. It's getting the HTTPS. Like there. See that? So we're matching the HTTPS : or ://. Then group 2 is only regex, not regexr. Why? Where it's in a group, any word, one or more. Why am I just getting regex? Did you read the Cloudflare post? Yeah, I did. Left the joint. Because of one regex. Why? Why is the R not in it? To see why the R is not in it, we should probably do another regex where we just try to match what we're trying to match, like that. There you go, regexer. So it is fine. So then why is ours? First one is HTTPS, second one is regex. No R. Why you do this? Why you do this? Wait, let's see what happens if I remove all of it. Now it's regexer. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. And I basically can do mir and mean. Can't I, Veroni? Isn't that cool? Then we have a dot, which we need to escape. So it's still regexer, great. Then the TOD? No, the top level domain is what? Last segment of a domain, right? Yeah, so I was right, that is the TOD. So this will be the TOD. Cool, so it's working now. .com. Now what was our old one? Oh, because this won't work for subdomains. Let's do multi-line. So let's say I just had regexer.com. Undefined regexer.com. How do we make this entire thing optional? Because if it's optional, why is the group 1 undefined? That's strange. Why is it undefined if it's optional? How to make capturing group optional, regex. Because otherwise it's undefined. Right, put the whole thing in an optional non-capturing group. How do you make a non-capturing group? What the hell? That's new. Question equal to in the was it that? No, it's huh. Wait, do I wrap the whole thing in a non-capturing group? Was that it? Now what if there's a subdomain? That's the other thing we need to take into account. So API dot dot like that. Okay, so 4 capture groups: protocol, subdomain, domain, TOD. We've done it. Now we need to figure out how to make it work with these, because obviously it doesn't match. So I could create optional here. API dot. Actually, this part needs to be optional, doesn't it? What does that do? There you go. So this one is HTTPS for the protocol. Group 1 is protocol. Group 2 is subdomain or domain, depending if there's a subdomain, but that's actually bad now. 3 is a... It's a very ambitious project, Mr. President. So this one works if there's subdomain in it. HTTPS API, API being the subdomain, regex being the domain, and com being the TOD. But how do we make it so that it doesn't change its order? So we need to actually create a group. So that's why we don't make it optional. We need 2. That's why. It's protocol, which is optional. Then domain.com, right? Perfect. Or, same as above, dot protocol, which is optional, subdomain dot domain dot I think that needs to be in the front, like that. Now we have the protocol, subdomain, domain, and TOD, where this one is undefined. Okay, great. These are all undefined now. Why? They match, but why are they undefined? Why is it undefined? Why you do this? It's the exact same as above. Why is it undefined? 1, 2... We only have 3 groups anyway. Why is... Oh. That's because it shouldn't be optional. The protocol can be optional. Protocol API dot domain dot com. That's not optional. But it's still undefined. How do we make it exactly like this? You need an exact match. Oh, it's not matching. But then why in the second group is it undefined? How does that work? See details for 3 more. Where do I get details? Oh, details. Five, 6, 7 has data. Oh, that makes sense. It's either 6 or 7. 5, 6, 7. Oh, so it treats it as 7 groups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. Because there's so many groups. Can I make one group though? Can I group it all? So like that? That didn't do anything, did it? That's the whole thing. Hey, Christopherus. See, now everyone's here. The whole party's here. Now Christopherus can fix my regex. There's nothing to fix. I just realized that the OR still counts all of the capture groups. So I have 7 capture groups now. So it's either the first 4, else it moves on to the second set. So I'm just trying to think how I document this. Because if it's the first one, it's group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, which is protocol, subdomain, domain, TLD. Otherwise, it's just protocol, domain, TLD. What do I think, Mr. President, about? Too bad I can't return an array, but I guess it's fine. 1 to 4, otherwise 5, 6, and 7. What would this regex be though? Strip protocol, this would be... We'd have to test which one it is. Left to joint? Do you mean to me? Are you referring to me? Mr. President, I'm not really sure. Like, I don't really use social network that much, so I probably wouldn't be the best person to ask. And left to join because this is the protocol required. Well, this is the standard for domains. So it's either a protocol and then a domain, which is only alphanumeric, which is what we're testing. You can't have anything else. Can't start with hyphen, you see. And we need to add the fact that it can have a hyphen somewhere else though. Yeah, that's why I'm saying testing the protocol. Can you have dots in a... No, that would be subdomains. It's only hyphens that are allowed. So we need to make sure that we can add a hyphen. Does that work? It's any word. How do I make it match? Wait, where's the capture group 2? Any word. I probably need an or in here, don't I? So it's either or and plus. So capture group 2 is matches a word or a character. So if I put API hyphen, there we go, that works now. But I cannot be in the front, that's the thing. How do I tell it you can't be at the beginning? So there's beginning. Now what is a not? How do you get a not? They are lookarounds. See, a tricky one. So do I have to do something like that? So if I do API, no, it breaks it there though. Or is it a positive look? No. Is it a positive look ahead that I need? No, it's not a positive look ahead. Isaac, hey, how's it going? It's good to see you back. What we're working with today. So what we have now is a look ahead, which we wanted to not match if it's in the beginning only, but now it's just not matching anyway. If I don't have that in, oof, because without anything it will allow me to put that hyphen anywhere, but the thing is, the rule is you're not allowed to put a hyphen in front of the domain or subdomain. So it lets me put it anywhere else, but obviously it lets me put it in the front too, which is not what we want. So we need to figure out how to make that work. Now I can put the matches the beginning of a string. Or was it a word boundary? Will that work? That won't work, but that works. Oh, I think we got it with the word boundary. Look at that. So it doesn't match there, but it allows you to put it everywhere else. Perfect. Matches a word boundary position between a word and a character, and non-word character position. Whoo! We did it. Group 1. So now the issue is group 2. It's matching I, which we don't want. That should still say API. Do I have to wrap that whole thing in a group? No, we just get double I again. How do I make it match API? Because where is it getting the AP from? If it's fully highlighted. HTTPS, we got I in the capture group. Is it because of the word boundary? No, it's not the word boundary. Good. So we know now that it's not the word boundary that's causing it. So we can bring that back. There's something else. Maybe it's the OR. Where does the AP go? Okay, let's look at the explain again. Capture group 2 is matches any word character or a word boundary with the hyphen. How else do I group it? Oh, let's do the non-group thing. How do you do that? Groups and non-groups. Maybe that's what we can do. It's not a character class that we need. Groups, non-capturing groups. So if we do and then wrap it in that, do we still have 2 but the non-capturing inside that, but that's the group. So then what does it return now? It's still I. That sucks. How do I make it match the whole thing? Because I thought that would have worked. Or is it that this needs to be non-capturing and that's capturing? Nope, still the same issue. So if I make them both non-capturing, we should get nothing in. Yeah, okay. That sucks. Cheers, Verani, have a good one. So that's the first group. We've got that. The second group is only matching an I. Why? And how did it match AP? So that didn't get added or something. There's an easy way to test for that. We can just make them their own capture groups, like this. Now we can see what the issue is. So make this optional. Oh, we need to put the plus in there, don't we? Wait. Before I break all of this. Before I break all of this, I should back this up because it's working more or less. Then we said we're gonna split this into its own one and split this into its own one. Then add the plus. Then add the plus like that. And then make this optional. And make this optional. And group this like that. But then make the group inside of here not a capturing group. Store undefined. Ah! Store undefined. I need the plus in there. And I need the plus in there. We actually did it. Oh, we did it! Yes! But I think it wouldn't work without the non-capturing group, I think. If I remove those now. Wait, it still does? What? Okay. Oh, we didn't test something though. That was the issue, yeah. It needs to still be able to match if there's a hyphen. That needs to match, but this can't match. So let's go group them again. Non-matching. And group this. Non-matching. Okay, so that doesn't change anything. And why doesn't it match this? If it's just a hyphen? I feel so stupid doing printf debugging. Why? Just that you're doing debugging, or? It's very helpful. Never learnt any other debugging tools. Yeah, Isaac. Yeah, you should talk to Isaac, by the way, I left the joint. He works in C. He's pretty good at it. Why isn't this matching now? This should be a whole group, no? This is an entire group. Let's go look at our group 2. It's any word or character, one or more. How do we get an and or? Because there's only an or. Is there an and or? Because it's either match multiple words or a hyphen. As in, if I remove this, it will work. That's what the issue is, do you see? We need an and or. Is there an option? An and or? Wait, what am I looking for? Is it? No, it's not a flag. Quantifiers? Maybe I need optional. But that still doesn't match that. What does lazy do? Lazy and optional are the same thing. Star, 0 or more. Maybe I need a star. No? Damn it, how do I make it match that? Plus is 1 or more. Star is 0 or more. Oh, maybe that's why. We need the star in there. The moment I see this light up, I'm gonna be like, yeah! So capture group 2 is a word, 0 or more words, and a hyphen in it. What if we did that? The hyphen's optional. Maybe we just need to create our own A to Z and a hyphen. But how do we do that? How do we combine a hyphen? I feel there's something so simple here that we're missing. The bottom line is it needs to match a word with a hyphen. So like A to Z. There. So that's how that works. A to Z is, yeah, Isaac, that's what I was thinking. But I liked having the word because it also does alphanumerics. Now I'm gonna have to like literally do my own thing. Isn't there a way that I can use word plus the hyphen like we just did here? You know what I mean? Why can't I just do like that? A word, which is optional, and that's also optional. You know what I mean? I don't know, Reg, actually. I just feel like there's something we're missing. \W is for any word. And don't forget the hyphen, which is optional. I really don't want to do it this way. A to Z. How did we have it before now? Because now I think I broke it. Oh, it's A to Z plus. No, the plus must be in there. What the hell? ABC will give you anything that does not contain ABC. Yeah. The thing is, welcome to the stream, by the way, Crowd Loud Dev. When I tried that, it takes a literal. Actually, I haven't tried that. Wow, you're amazing, Crowd Loud Dev. Thank you. Because when I tried, it took everything literally. I didn't realize that it actually will use that. That's perfect. Now, I think it's because I was trying to put the plus inside, and I was like, oh, it's a literal plus, without realizing that you can actually use those inside of the brackets. Awesome. Now I just got to figure out how I got it to work, because now it's not working at all. Oh, I'm missing a close for the capture group, aren't I? There we go. Now we have to just make sure that it doesn't match that. This can't match in the beginning. Wait, I think I did a word boundary for that, right? No, that doesn't matter. The other challenge now is that this is invalid. This mustn't match. This is invalid. So the negated set is it mustn't contain this. You just put that in there. Any of the characters that is not in the set. But that's not the case. And you can't put a set in a set, can you? Because then it's trying to literally match that. And that needs to be at the beginning, which won't help us. Maybe we need an or. It's either that or that. And then this cannot be in the beginning. So how do we tell it that it can't be in the beginning? As in, how do you work anchors? Because an anchor is the beginning. How do you say not beginning? Because it's not the end, it just can't be the beginning. I would have to use a lookup, right? So I'd have to do something like what's the expression though? Oh, there you go. I think I did it. So negative look ahead with the hyphen. So if it finds that, it's not going to match this expression. I think we did it, guys. Holy shit, we actually did it. Claps, thanks, Isaac. Ooh, our regix is getting better, hey guys, look at us. That was like hard. Feels good, man, definitely feels good. And thank you, where did you go? Cry Out Loud Dev. Thank you, that was amazing for helping me realize that I can use that inside of the brackets. Instead of doing an A to Z like a dumbass plus adding numbers. God, imagine I did that, that would have been awful. Oh, you were clapping for Pepperga, it's fine. It's fine. I see how it is now. Thank you, I'm also learning. Oh, I'm glad we can help each other out. That's the beauty of it. That's why I love doing it.
Cry Out Loud Dev is following the family.
Hey, thank you so much for that follow, Cry Out Loud Dev. You're amazing. Thank you. Well, we now have a capture group. The only thing that bothers me, but I don't think there's any way around it, and if there's someone here in the stream that knows a way around that, let me know. But because we have two groups, it's either match a protocol subdomain dot domain dot tld or protocol domain dot tld. So then we end up with 7 capture groups. So the first one doesn't match. So groups 1 to 4 are empty. But if we go to details, you'll see groups 1 to 4 are empty because it doesn't match our first regex, right? But groups 5, 6, and 7 have the data. Now the thing is, I kind of like it where we either have groups 1 to 3 or groups 1 to 4. But I don't think there's a way around that, is there? I mean, I could have 2 regexes and then test which one works, but I think it's better to have 1 regex. But then I have to check. If groups 1 to 4 are empty, then we know, okay, we're dealing with just a protocol domain TLD. Whereas groups 1 to 4 are full, then we know it's the real deal. Just, you know, in terms to reference it, because what I've done now is also broken it down so that if I need to access the protocol by itself, I can. If I need to access the domain by itself, I can. If I need to access the TLD by itself, I can. So that's really helpful for us. And you know what? We could go a step further and we can add the resource even. If we really wanted to. Then everything after. So yeah, today I've essentially learnt about capture groups. Isn't that cool? I wonder what this match 0 is. 0 to 17. What does that mean? Is that the amount of characters we have? Oh, it is. We're a family. What do you want us to be, Isaac? TLDs can't have characters in them, can they? I mean, sorry, digits. I think they can only be A to Z, right? Have you guys seen TLDs with like numbers in them? We're a sorority? Are you gonna be the head? Like, why can't we be a frat? A fraternity. Are we a sorority now? Okay. Damn. It's debate more girls. Oh, you see what you did there? It's brilliant. Let's be a cult. Dudes, I'm just watching the following now, so yeah. Let's be a cult. We don't need Joe Carroll, we need JavaScript something. Can't think of a good name now. JS something. I'll leave you guys to a creative name. We are the cult of converting everyone to JavaScriptism. By the year 2020, everyone shall use JavaScript. We will shut down all services that do not use JavaScript or a derivative of it. Node for the backend. And Electron for desktop apps. And mobile apps, pfft, who needs them? React Native. Fuck that, I don't want to touch JS. Convert! Convert, Isaac. Come to the light side. We have immutable cookies. Do you guys have anything you want me to throw into this to test? I think it's pretty solid, but... What if I'm already a girl in CS? Ho ho! Well then, Natty B. Do you want to join our sorority? And I'll harass you until you leave, then say I'm a nice guy and be mad you left. But I'm a nice guy. I don't understand. Okay, so apparently these 3 domains need to pass, else my regex fails. Why would that have to pass though? xn-com? Huh, okay. So xn-, Stack Overflow. Wait, why didn't this one match? There's no protocol. The protocol is optional. What the hell? Template URL test cases? Oh, did you find a site? Oh, nice, nice, nice. It's actually very useful. I'll copy and paste it all, but I found these 3 that are apparently also very important. Okay, let's try to figure out first, why doesn't this pass? This is optional. The protocol is optional. That is optional. Okay, so then we move on to the next one. Group 2. Any character in the set, X and N should be viable. Oh, because we don't have a plus here. Right. No, we have a plus there. What the hell? Did someone hear about algorithmic topology or persistent homology? Well, I know what topology is. Can't say about the second one though. Jeez, is that what your homework is? Any word character, one or more, or any word character plus after the /W. That's literal. It has to be outside of it. It can't be in here, else it takes it as a literal plus character. Do you see? We have a plus here, unless you're saying somewhere else. Was there somewhere else you were referring to? Cry out loud, Dev. Because that should theoretically match, shouldn't it? One or more. We said match any word character. Match any character in the set. There's 2 hyphens in the set. Are those hyphens though? Hold on. Yeah, they are hyphens. Let me remove the rest of my regex. Okay, so notice when I remove that, the xn at least matches. Why? I think it's something. What if I put a plus in that entire capture group? No? It's either or. So it's either match words, as many words as they are, or as long as there's not a hyphen in front, match any words or a hyphen. Wait, do I need the or here? We don't need the or here, technically, do we? We literally just need that as long... We didn't need the or. It's as long as the hyphen doesn't begin with a hyphen, match any word or a hyphen. So we just cut down on our regex a bit. Cool. Okay, so that's a bit better. So that's the negative look ahead. If it sees that, it's not going to match this. And now the match is any word or a hyphen. Wait, if I add 3 of them, what does it do? Range. Oh, it's a range. So that's one or more of the preceding. And that doesn't change anything, and that doesn't change anything. That putting an optional there doesn't... Oh, there you go. Oh, I think because the logic was cool. Then this has to be optional. But not optional, we basically just need a new case for it. So this is for the full one, we're not going to change it. The second one is protocol, but it doesn't have a protocol, but protocol is optional. Then it's going to be a word. Oh, we need to update the other ones. Just gonna like throw this on top of it, be like, here you go. That's why, because we didn't update the second group. Remember that, it doesn't match the first group. There you go. That would have driven me crazy. So details is, it should be the domain. 5 is the protocol, so that's the domain. xn -- Stack Overflow.com is the TLD. Perfect. Now why doesn't this work? How is this valid though? Someone... Oh, can you have hyphens in TLDs? So how do we make it? Oh, so we're gonna have to add it in here in our group. I didn't know that's valid. Did you guys know that? There's some TLDs that have been delegated. Wonder what xn means. There we go, guys. Now, according to Stack Overflow and ICANN, we match everything. Congratulations. Thank you. I don't want to like think about the fact of what if there's multiple subdomains. Did you guys think about that though? What if there's another subdomain? Sorority high five. Alright. But guys, what if there's another subdomain? Subdomain dot subdomain dot domain. We only go one level deep. We don't talk about those. Do we just exclude them? We just like, screw you. Have you guys seen that though? It's rare, but it does exist, I guess, for resources. Are there online test cases for URLs? I don't know, but you linked me that Wikipedia thing, so I'm just gonna throw this entire thing in here and just be like, why are you not matching? Oh, because it's not... No, but it should match. It should just find it. Oh, because it wants it to be in the beginning. So if I remove that away... If we wanted to get URLs from a document, I need to remove that. But this needs to be in the beginning. Wait, does it have to be in the beginning? It doesn't have to be in the beginning, does it? The protocol. So it will literally just get a URL that's valid. But in the way we're doing it, we need to make sure the user does put in. But yeah, it's matching things, isn't it? It kind of broke the regex. Look, it's a little bit wonky now. Oh my god. Oh my god, the regex is broken. No! Guys! Oh no! What's happening? We broke the site. Good luck with Unicode characters. You talking about in the URL now? Like that? I think it broke it. And that's actually valid, isn't it? But not valid in domain names, thankfully, which we don't care about. So I think we're good with this for now. I'm gonna take this as a victory for us. You wanna know the best part? No. Okay. I can't copy this anymore, guys. Like, the page is broken. I can't copy this. No! We need to salvage this quickly. Inspect element. Hopefully it's in the... No! No! Make a screenshot. Really? Type it from scratch? Yeah, I'll make a screenshot just in case, but how do we recover from this now? We can't select because obviously the page crashed. You know, and I wanted to make a backup. This is why you always make up backups, ladies and gentlemen. Very important. Hold on, wait. We could just get the actual HTML value. Not that. Why does it have to have so many classes? Why does it need to have so many classes? What was it again? The DOM properties? No, we don't care about the DOM properties. Copy inner HTML. What? No, copy. Oh my god. Oh my god, what have we done, guys? Oh no. Use in console. Temp 0. Can there just be a freaking... I give up. This was your plan all along. Right. Maybe regexer saves things, right? Maybe there's a... Like the entire thing is literally not responding. Save! Quickly, Control S! Control S! Oh, how do we revive the web page? I'm gonna have to type it out, for fuck's sakes. It's fine, guys. It's fine. We got this. We're gonna type out the regex. I'm gonna type out the regex for you guys. Alt F4, yes, why not? Here we go. Oh god, this is bad. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. I don't even know where I am anymore. We're actually doing this manually. Show some pity for me. I don't even know where we are. Did we do the first W? Yeah, we did the first W, so we're doing the second W now. Or... and yes, I realize I could have just copied some sections. But that wouldn't be fun if we were copying things, right? I probably made a mistake somewhere. Why are brackets opening? Why are there so many brackets? Oh my god. Oh my god. Bracket. Plus. Stop making brackets. Now let's see how many mistakes I made. That's gonna be curious. Almost done. There we go. That should be the regex. I don't know why this extra zeros there. I mean zeros, look at me. Can't speak right now. Let's go here. And then we take that regex that we have. And we stick it in there. Why do we have... oh right. I'm pretty sure that's not how it starts. Pretty sure. Wait, that's not how it started? Oh, it was missing one of these. What else are we missing? Missing a bracket there. And then? Why is that there? It looks about identical, doesn't it? No. Okay. I made a few mistakes. But that looks identical now. Woo! Now let's not go post that freaking thing in. Sorority backpack. Who was it? Left the joint? Curse you for making me post that entire template in there. Crashed us. No, but now I lost my actual legitimate like URLs that we were testing. What was that? It was with a subdomain, let's say API. What else was it? It was just without anything, and then subdomain, and then like hyphen over there maybe, and like hyphen over there, and like hyphen there, and like hyphen there, and like hyphen, I mean sure you can match that, but that's invalid. Shh. You should make a copy now and save it. I did. Oh, right now, yeah. Thanks! Twisty! Look at Natty B saving us. Let's go. There it is. The fixed one. Let's delete the non-fixed one. I enjoy watching my girl suffer. Okay, this is invalid. Why did it match? Is it because of the OR? Is it the OR that it's matching? No, it's a oh, because we made this optional. I was trying to show you guys something. It's not optional. It's non-optional. There we go. Does that look valid to you guys? Do you like that? Does it make you happy? Does it make you guys smile inside? Because if it doesn't make you smile inside, we're doing something wrong. I see you, Isaac. Why aren't you smiling inside? And do we still pass these 3 basic ones? Yes, we do. I don't have ice cream, so no. How about give ice cream? Isaac. There. You happy now? Feels good, man. We love regex. Yes, we do. It's amazing. Oh my god, guys. Is it daytime, nighttime? Why have we not seen this? Look at this, so much better. Oh, my eyes. It's like night and day. Kappa. What is inside that sorority drink? I think she might have spiked it. Oh god, of course you chug it without even checking. These colors, like, this is chaos. Whoever works with regex is just... I couldn't imagine not having something like this to visualize it. Like, sure, you can maybe read it line by line and try to figure out what's going on, but fuck. It's so pretty, it's colors, it's beautiful. Okay, it works, guys. It works. That's our regex. It only took us like 2 hours or something. My, we're going up in the world. Now, you wanna see me break it? Sub.domain dot sub dot, well, actually sub dot sub dot sub dot sub dot sub dot domain dot tld. That's technically valid, you realize that? But we're just gonna like put a limitation and say it only supports, you know. Those don't deserve being shortened. Backtracking regex bug is laughing. The issue here though is if a user puts this in, my regex is going to give you a sub.sub.sub and it's going to shorten it. This is bad. We don't want this. Technically my regex isn't. My regex is just going to lowercase these. But the DNS won't find it. True. Yeah, true. Damn! You're observant. How did you know I had a DNS checker? You're absolutely right. It'll try to find sub.sub.sub and it'll be like, nope. So it's a good thing we have that validation in place, huh? Our regex is literally just here to lowercase things. Like this entire complex regex. Just so that it can find anything that's uppercased in these matches and lowercase them. Because they should all be lowercase. So for example, https regexer.com will be lowercased to that. Because, you know, we change it, it's for our database because we're going to store it in our database, and that is not equal that if you did a comparison. So we're going to lowercase them all so that that will become that, therefore we won't have duplicates in our database. What do you mean it could find it though, Isaac? Too? How do I make it not match this? Sub.sub.sub.domain.tld could cause you to find the website sub.sub.sub, which could exist. But then it would be an edge case like what? internal.tests.api.google.com. It would match internal.tests.api. I mean, the chances of finding it, sure, but yeah, you're right. The thing is, we're not using this regex to do the lookup. The lookup is going to be literally done on the entire URL, less the protocol. We strip the protocol. We're just like, hey, how you doing? You look good. You been here before? Let me just strip that protocol off of you. Ah, there you go, regexer. Your protocol's gone. And then we do a lookup on that. This escalated quickly. Yeah, you need to go clip that now. That's clip worthy. We need to reference it in time with no context. I'm uncomfortable. The internet did not like that. But yeah, I think we're good. I think we can take our regex now. Now, the hardest part is naming it. How do we name it? What is going on right now? What does it do? We either try to find a subdomain.domain.com or subdomain.domain.tld or domain.tld. How do we name that? Like, we need to name the regex. So the previous one was strip protocol as the name. What is this? Find. The thing is, you can't say find domain because it does find subdomains. You can't say subdomains because it only finds one subdomain. Forgetful eyes angle. We'll remember this. Okay, so let me show you my code, guys, so we can all look at this together. Okay, so we had strip protocol, right? And all it does is it finds in the beginning of the passed in URL the protocol, which is any word plus the colon, oops, plus 2 backticks, obviously. So it will find HTTP or it will find FTP, you know, protocols. It will find a protocol and it'll strip the protocol. So that's what that does. That's good. But now what do we name our monstrous beauty over here? Look at this. Can you guys read this? Jesus! I'm sure there's like a regex. In fact, we're gonna go search one. I'm sure there's a regex extension. Regex preview. What does it do? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. But how does it... What is it matching? What is it matching though? Do you just give it an example? I like this. Oh, I like this. What's regex share? Share your regex. Align by regex. Testing regex. Well, that's the same as this. Let's get it. Let's do it. Hey, regexer. Nice protocol. Thank you for that. Enjoyed. Regex, which will match any. Oh, you crack me up. Oh, Isaac. That's amazing. Yeah, totally. Gonna use that. Let it be a little in joke. Okay, so the extension is installed. Oh, you got a test regex now. Look at this. Test regex. Why didn't it match that? How do I turn multi-line on? Should probably say ABC. Wait, are the underlined stuff the things that's matching? No, it's not. We need to tell it that multi-line is enabled. Or I have to add the multi-line flag, I think. Oh no, hold on, let's see. What was it? Regex, can't even remember what it's... regex preview, there we go. Whether to clear previous output before each run. I guess. Oh, is this the only options that I have? Enables code lens. Well, I think we need to add the multi-line flag to this. So add M. There you go. Okay, so it matches a... Guys! Oh, that is valid though, isn't it? 555. Can you have a domain? 555. Does that exist? 555.com. Is that valid? It is! Well, I had no idea you can have... Because that's like a number, obviously. Huh. Okay, so it will match a number. Wait, no, go back, test. It will match www.demo.com, it will match that. Cool, so now we know what it's matching. Let's go there, I'm hungry. Where do you want to go? Would you like some lorem ipsum dolor citamet with that, Isaac? The tavern. Where's it? 555.com. Okay. We can obviously create our own little test thing out of this, can't we? But that's cool. So now we know what it matches. I love it. And then this one will only match the protocol. Match the protocol, damn you. Test it. Do I have to close this? Test. Oh, I need to add multi-line. There you go. That's the protocol. Cool. Now that we know that it works, we can close this, and we want to remove the M for multi-line. It works. Maybe turning this into a sorority was a bad idea. We could turn it into a fraternity instead. It'll be less sensual and more like, I don't know. I'll leave that in your capable hands. Just obviously consult with Natty B because they are now the head. Just the head. It sounded bad, didn't it? Okay, so this is what I come up with. And I'll task you guys. And please, step forward. I'm not going to judge you. No one will judge you. I need a better name. Because right now it's match subdomain and or domain. And TLD. Now obviously that sounds awful. Because imagine using this in a function. Filter URL. Like, imagine. Just, I mean, at least it's the script. Game info. Can we get some real input here? I really need to name it. It's so advanced. Well, it's not really advanced. It's very complicated. So I don't know what to name it because it. Maybe that's my issue because I did and or. Maybe I should have two regexes, one that matches a domain. I just don't know what to name it because it also can match a protocol. It's a URL. Match URL maybe? But that's the thing, it's not because it can match the subdomain. Okay, wait. I a good thing you didn't hear me. Can you play some classical music, perhaps? Is this not classical enough for you? Do you want me to fill your glass up? So a joint to the pepega? Or if I was American enough, pepega. Okay, but I'm really stuck now, because I'm literally gonna name it X. This is my biggest issue. Like, I can learn code, and I feel that I get things pretty quickly, but the one thing I can never figure out is naming things. Sometimes I'm okay with it, but there are other times where I just sit here and I'm like, what do you name this thing? And the thing is, we don't want to do X and nondescript variable names, because then trying to understand it later down the line, you're just going to be like... Because imagine, come on, imagine this was called X, you come back to it months later, and you try to look at the regex, you're going to be like, what does it even do? So if we didn't have a site like regexer, imagine trying to read this one by one. You have to sit there now and be like, okay, so that means, okay, beginning, okay. Okay, so A to Z, as many of them, okay. It will have 2 forward slashes, like, you know what I mean. But you can't document the usage in the name. Yeah, you're right. But we can document it elsewhere. URL matching regex. Yeah. Comments, whoop. Yeah, we're gonna do comments. Okay, but how about this then? What do we call this? What do we call this? This thing. We can't say URL, because if we had test.php, this would all be a URL. What do we call just this part? We know that this is the protocol. We know that that is the subdomain. We know that that's a domain. We know that's a TOD. But what do you call the entire thing less the resource? Because if I had a single name for that, then that would be perfect. I'm trying to Google it now. Because we get absolute parts and relative parts, obviously. First one to Google it wins a cookie. Or at least some ciphers. Wait, apparently it might be a host. And apparently it's a scheme, not a protocol. At least according to IBM. I thought it was a protocol. Oh, so the scheme tells the browser what type of protocol it will be. Apparently there... Okay, so the scheme FTP :/ that's the scheme. The protocol is file transfer protocol, apparently. They're identifiers for the protocols. I just realized something. We want these to be optional. Because what if you have mail to? Mail to. Oh, but that's a email protocol. Because it'd usually be something like that, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be a domain, test.domain.tld. It would be a test at. But then we start getting into weird territory, don't we? Because mail to is a scheme, is a protocol. But it's not a URL, you can't really visit it. It will open something else. So I think we should skip that, just to be safe. Yeah. Apparently it is protocol. I'm so confused. The host or host name, www.u, the subdomain. Guys, it's a host. It's a host or host name. Perfect. Because subdomain and domain name make up the host. Perfect. We're getting somewhere. So it's match host. It's either match host or match host name. What do you guys prefer? Match host, exports.match host, strip protocol, actually this doesn't strip the protocol, that's a function. So I just realized something. So this is protocol and host. That's what they should be called. Because then if we go to our function here, when we need to do the DNS lookup, we need to do url.replace protocol regex. Instead of that, it will be .replace. If I was using the old one, it would be .replace strip protocol .replace, and then you know what I mean. If you're trying to read it in terms of readability, following DDD standards. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with DDD, but domain-driven design. You're supposed to have like your variables be clear enough that they can be understood. Like your code basically has to almost be readable to people who don't do code. Oh, you have to go, Isaac? Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And all your feedback and the humor. It was really good having you. And hopefully see you around again sometime. And good luck with your stuff as well. I know you're busy with quite a few things. But yeah, like I said here, url.replace strip protocol. That doesn't really make sense, does it? Because that would be a function name. So you replace strip protocol. But what if we did replace, right? And we had protocol instead. Doesn't that make sense? Because now if you read it, it's replace protocol with an empty string. See? So that's what we're going to name it. So our regex just needs to match things. So we're going to call it protocol. And it's going to be exported as protocol. And we could call it match protocol, couldn't we? And store it as protocol. Oh no, leave it as protocol. Because the regex is just a protocol. And then match host, it's just host name. Cool, so now that we have established that, we need to probably add some comments to this, don't we? Should we just do TLD or top level domain? So that works. So we'll match a protocol, optional, followed by a subdomain, optional, a domain, and a top level domain. I don't think we have to give examples. We just write that. We'll match a protocol. And what are you complaining about now? Line 1 exceeds the maximum line length of 100? Well, I mean, so does this one. How many lines is this? There's nothing I can really do about it. There. Are you not complaining about this? That this exceeds 100? Weird. Okay, comments. Ah, messed up. There we go. We'll match one of the protocols in a URL such as HTTPS, FTP, etc. and then export it. We'll match protocol followed by a subdomain. And then optionally we want to add if the URL we need to specify that they're stored. If the host name doesn't have a subdomain, the capture group will be 5 to 7, I think it was. Wasn't it 5 to 7? Let's see. So if there's no subdomain, then it's 5 to 7. And here we didn't have one, we just had the protocol. Cool. So I think we've commented this so that in the future it will make more sense. So I'm happy with that. That's hostname, that's protocol. Only thing now is we should probably rename them in my folder, in my regex folder. Because right now it's match host and strip protocol. Should probably just be hostname and protocol, same as its variable. Hostname, protocol. And then in the index, we need to create an index as well for the regex. So we do index.js, kind of similar to this, and we will have where's our files? In our regex folders we will have hostname and protocol. So this will be hostname, this will be protocol, and this will be hostname, actually hostname, and this will be protocol. Now what the hell? You're trying to be smart, I get it, but that backfired. So hostname and protocol we're exporting from index.js, then we just import index.js from the regex. So now when we go to process URL, we would have something like hostname and protocol from regex index. I wonder what would happen if we didn't specify index. Like, what would happen? I'm actually curious to test that. Like, if I omit that, what would happen? If I said hostname, oh, it needs a file though, because it's not exported. Ah, that's fine. Cool, so then that way we access exactly what we need, because then we do something like now we know what we're matching by. So where we change domain regex, it would actually be hostname toString to lowercase, and process URL is what we need to pass on to is domain valid. And that's what we also need to pass to URL entry to database. So we do request.body.url dot match hostname toString to lowercase. Now that's probably quite a bit for URL, and I could do it somewhere else, but I mean, what would we really do? And what would you call that function? Match string to lowercase. It just makes sense to rather match the regex toString lowercase it here. And there you go. Now our URL, regardless of what the user gives us, will be lowercased. Just the domain part, because obviously you could have capital index.html all caps, that is valid. But having the domain names completely caps is not. Actually, I want to see what this does, because this might not return the full object. I actually don't know how this will work, but we'll have to see. That's a URL, and the domain is apply regex to string. Actually, no, that was old now. We're not gonna be doing that. Actually, that could be the host name. If the above doesn't work, we'll switch to this. URL.match hostname, toString, to lowercase. Actually, it won't work. I know now, so we're gonna do it now anyway. So URL is the full URL the user gave us. The host name is gonna be from the URL, match the host name, toString, to lowercase it all. And then if is domain valid, we need to pass in the host name. Add your entry to database. This time we do URL. Else rest.json error invalid URL. Cool. Now, what does add URL entry to database do? It creates a new URL entry from URL object. URL object calls create URL entry, passing in the URL. Now we don't need to lowercase it anymore because that's already been done. So it's literally just oh, we still need a URL though. I just realized is domain valid needs you to strip the protocol from it. So hostname is actually not match hostname, it's replace. So what did we do before? It was replace. Replace protocol with an empty string. I don't think we need toString and to lowercase. I don't think that matters, but I mean, we can include it. That's the host name, and then we check if is domain valid host name. Then we add URL entry to database URL. URL is the full thing. It's not been processed. Nothing has happened to it. So that's where we also need to process that. Then when we create URL entry, we need to what do we name it now? this gets tricky fast because hostname is what it's actually called, but because we have a variable called hostname. Oh no! I'm off for today. Alright, Adjoin, thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. We're gonna get this done today still. So hopefully I see you around some other time and I can show you. Hope you have an awesome one. And thank you once again. Request.body.url. We could just get URL from request.body, yeah. Destructuring. And this will need request inside of it. Request response. Add URL entry to database, URL. We give the entire URL, the unprocessed URL. And then inside of add URL to entry, we call your object is create URL entry, processed URL equal to URL dot match. Are we doing host name now? Yes, we are. And we're lowercasing the entire thing. But aren't we doing that somewhere else already? No, we're replacing the protocol in that one. So match hostname toString to lowercase. That's the processed URL. Return processed URL and short URL. Cool, that's good. And create URL doesn't call anything else aside from generate short URL, which we've already defined in helpers. So does this still pass a check? Is domain valid true? Create URL, create short URL, store URL and short URL in database. It is. We save it. Else display error. We do that. Cool. So we followed this flow. So I'm passing in URL. Wait, where's URL? Add URL entry to the database URL. It gets URL. Then we pass URL to there. So we keep passing it around. that returns that object for URL object. Perfect. Equal to new URL entry URL object. Now why are you complaining? URL entry is not defined. No, because that's store over here. There's URL entry. Perfect. So that's process URLs. Now we still need to get this set up with URL handler. So we need process URL, which is basically what we have here. What if this just took in URL and we what if we moved this out of here into URL handler? So this comes here now. Function process URL. It takes request and URL equal to request.body, host equal to URL dot replace protocol. Is domain valid host, add URL entry to database, or show an error. That's what it literally should do, the basic stuff. We need a function to lowercase the host, I guess. Call it lowercase host maybe, take in URL, and then maybe it should do all these things. Sorority high five, you can do it. Oh, Natty B, you're amazing, thank you. Strip host protocol, it sounds sounds naughty, doesn't it? You know what I just realized? You can enter URL in. What did we do before? Because I just realized DNS lookup only takes the host name in. I don't think it's going to handle anything else. So we need to actually just get the host name. Because we would have passed in literally the entire URL, which would have failed, I'm sure. So we need to make sure we're only passing the host name. Then you return host.replace protocol with an empty string, toString, to lowercase. You need to pass in protocol though. And then it starts to quickly get a bit... well, it's not that bad now, because then host basically becomes... It will basically look like this. Strip host protocol, pass in URL and protocol. So that's a bit neater actually, it's a one-liner then. And protocol we obviously define up there. Wonder if it shouldn't be URL, because that's actually what it's doing. So we rename this function to strip URL protocol. Strip URL protocol. URL URL.replace protocol. Yeah, there we go. So that's gonna strip the URL protocol. But now for the host we actually need to match it by URL it's complicated because we basically have to match by host name and then we have to strip URL protocol. That's basically what we would have to do to get the host. Ah, so complicated. We need something like get host name from the URL, which would then basically be URL dot match host name, right? That's how you get the host name. Get host name from URL. And you would also need to give the host name. So that's the first thing we need to do. And then you need to pass that in to the other one. So it's basically the host at the end of the day will be get hostname from URL, hostname, but you need to pass that in to the other function, strip URL protocol, passing in that as the first parameter and protocol as the second parameter. Look how crazy that gets eventually. Unless we make a third function which combines what this is doing, which is get host name and strip protocol from URL, which would basically need a URL and the two protocols. Well, actually, no, we just need that, and then we return URL dot get hostname from URL This doesn't need to have URL and protocol in there. And then you call URL.getHostname from URL and pass that into strip I think we should rename it to strip protocol from URL and pass that into that finally. And then this is strip protocol from URL, because you have get hostname from URL, strip protocol from URL, URL.replace protocol. ToString to lowercase, obviously. And then URL.match hostname, toString to lowercase. And then finally get hostname and strip protocol from URL is strip protocol from URL, and then pass in URL dot get hostname from URL. Actually, no, it's just a strip protocol from URL, passing in get hostname from URL. Yeah. Get hostname from URL. Whew. Okay. So then finally, instead of this entire host, you would do get hostname and strip protocol from URL, and then you would give it URL. At least it makes sense if you read it. If is domain valid host, create URL, add URL entry to database, which would call these anyway. Okay, so now we need to move these to the helper function. Now, is it going to be a helper function? That's what I'm wondering. Strip protocol from URL, get hostname from URL. I think they are helpers. Let's refactor this, move to new file. And where it says strip protocol, where's that? Under this, it's gonna be that's technically process URLs, isn't it? Because it does things with the URLs. So this is strip protocol from URL. URL.replace protocol to string to lowercase export strip protocol from URL, strip protocol from URL. Perfect. So we've done that get, and we need to do this one as well. Refactor, move to new file. Get hostname from URL. And then finally the last one. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL. We need get hostname from URL. Strip protocol from URL. And then we need to export this, don't we? But then this ends up becoming perfect. So we delete process URLs because we're not going to use that anymore. We have get hostname and strip protocol from URL, get hostname from URL. And then under process URL, under our services, we create URL entry, we require DNS, we require URL entries. Do we need hostname? No, we don't. So actually under the URL handler, we need get hostname and strip protocol from URL. That we're gonna get from equal to require. That's gonna be under helpers. I think it's literally the same name. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL, yeah. There you go. And then if is domain valid, host. To get is domain valid, we need this. Or we don't need the structuring if it's just one, do we? Is domain valid equal to require? Helpers, index, host. Create URL is add URL entry to database. To get that, we need process URLs from services. I think that's how we did it. And then we need to import process URL. Add URL entry to database, require services, process URL. Can't technically get hostname and strip protocol from you. Can't all of those actually be part of process URL? I think they can. I just shot myself in the foot a bit, didn't I? I did. I shot myself in the foot. I have this near the end somewhere. And then we export all of these. Then we create a JavaScript object. get host name from URL, strip protocol, and finally get host name and strip protocol. Those are our exports. Then we also need to import the regexes, host name and protocol from regex index. Do we require DNS? I don't think we do here because we're not using it. URL entry we do require because we save here. This is just going to call this get host name and strip protocol. Yeah, so we don't need that in the helper anymore. So add your entry to database, get host name and strip protocol, that's where we're getting it from. Add your entry to database URL, else show the error. Perfect. So much better than this previous one. We also need a configuration option somewhere. I think we can have that in server. And then we need to delete the helper files that I created, because they're no longer needed. And it actually makes me think, if is domain valid? Oh no, that is a helper. And it's actually not is domain valid, it's actually is host valid. Can I use hostname now instead? There we go. Is hostname valid? We got from index. Well, that's perfect, and we don't have to worry about the naming convention, because in index here we just do is hostname valid, and this actually needs to be is hostname valid. Good thing I saw this. And then same for generate short URL. This needs to actually be generate short URL, needs to be all lowercase, but it stays uppercase like that. Perfect. Add your entry to database. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL. Hostname, get hostname and strip. Okay, if is hostname valid? Hostname, add your entry to database. Finally, okay, that works. And then we can go to process URL. Add URL entry to database is create URL entry from URL. Create URL entry is process URL equal to URL dot match hostname to string to lowercase. So we're lowercasing it all. Actually, we could just do get hostname from URL, because that's what it does. Get hostname from URL. It will match the hostname, and then to string it and to lowercase it. So that's actually perfect. We just have to make sure that it's actually above all this. There we go. Add URL to entry. So get hostname from URL. Give the URL. And short URL is generate short URL 5, where I want this to be configurable. So in our server, server.js, I want to have an options. Well, we can just have an options somewhere, can't we? We can have an options.json file. I wonder if it would access it. Where would I put it though? Because here, this needs to reference something, so wait, maybe we can put it inside generate short URL. Yeah, options equal to URL length. We can default it to 5. Well, what if it was short URL? Because then you would do something like short URL dot length. I could do URL, but I think it's better to do short URL dot length. Because then here we do short URL dot length. Which is 5. So then here you configure it. If you want to configure it, generate short URL. Change the length property below to specify the length of the short URL to be returned. So 5, and then we have configuration as well. Perfect. So generate short URL. It doesn't take in anything. Well, actually, it could take in length. But we could just pass in short URL.length there, couldn't we? Either that, or we take in nothing, and we do less than short URL.length. Maybe it's better to do it this way. There we go. And then you just do generate short URL. Cool. That has been done. Now, trying to think, we need to add the logic somewhere when it needs to save it. Because sure, it's going to generate a URL, but what if the URL already exists in a database? So here, short URL equal to generate short URL. But this needs to be a maybe we need a get short URL. So function get short URL. What this will do is short URL equal to generate short URL, right? So it gets the short URL, but now it's going to do a check. While short URL, and now we need that logic that I had somewhere else. It was here, the database. We need this check in here. URL entries dot find one short URL error and URL entries. Isn't that going to be URL entry? If error, got an error, error else, got a match, short URL, okay. And while short URL actually we're gonna do nothing there for now. We're gonna return short URL. And we're gonna know if there's a match or not. Cool. So let's go and put this all together now, because this is gonna be fun. URL handler equal to controllers. It's actually URL handler now, it's changed. And it's no longer add URL. It is process URL. And if it's app.get, we still haven't handled that. We don't have that logic yet, but it's process URL for now. And this add URL is all going to be commented out. Is domain valid? This doesn't get used, does it? No. Generate short URL, no errors here, server.js. We can ignore all of these. There it is. So why is it saying that I can't resolve it? I'm sure it will find it. Equal to require I did export this, didn't I? Process URL, I did. The spam never ends. Didn't we create a function? Oh, we did. Is hostname values require helpers index. Why can't it find it? Controllers, it's definitely there. There it is. Copy relative path. Oh, because it's in shorten, 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 I didn't realize that, no. There we go. Shorten URL controllers, URL handler. Okay, perfect. So I think we're good now. These errors are fine. Process URL. We don't do this in here, the DNS, do we? We do that somewhere else in a helper. I think is hostname valid requires DNS? Yeah. So we can remove that. Perfect. Now we're good to go. Now we need to do the big change in updating all of this. So where do we start? From URL shortener. No, so I can delete that. So we need shorten URL controllers. And we need a URL handler.js, which we've got now. So we're going to be moving that in here. And then we need a new file. Oh, new folder, helpers. So shorten URL, helpers, generate short URL. Hey Flesh38, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're well. What is that one called? Generate short URL. Yeah, so I'm doing quite a few things, but I've finally split my project and found something that that I like. And it's much neater now. I wish I could move this. Basically I have a proper folder structure now. I'm exporting modules and yeah, I'll try to show you everything that I can now. But I've been good otherwise, just working on this URL shortener microservice. So this is going to be shorten URL helpers is hostname valid. I really need to stop testing in here. But at least once it's done, right? So those are the helpers. Then I have controllers. Then inside of short URL, well, shorten URL, I will have, what else is there? We've got helpers, we've got controllers. We need models. Models URL entries. Models URL entries, and then inside of that we will have that, and then what else? We have a regex folder, so shorten URL regex hostname.js, and hostname will basically have this. And then we need another file, which is the same as before. Shorten URL regex index.js. Index.js will basically have all our regex files. And then lastly, shorten URL regex protocol. Protocol.js will have what we match a protocol by. I like that we're doing it this way because it's nice and neat now. And then services, we're gonna have a services folder. So shorten URL services process URL.js. And then inside of that, we got this big one. And then what am I missing? Views. We're not going to have anything in views. We've got controllers, we've got helpers, we've got models. Then the next big thing is obviously updating server.js, because this thing is pointing to all the wrong things. And then hopefully we won't see errors in this log anymore. Let's see what happens. Oh, it actually worked! Without errors, we actually did it one time. Okay, okay. Look at us go. So let's go ahead and delete controller now, because we're not going to be using controllers. Let's go ahead and delete models, because we're not going to be using that. Views we're still going to use there. Okay, now let's watch things break down, like just fall apart. Let's copy the live app and let's go here and let's see if it will actually generate something. Okay, so far so good. Let's generate a URL for free code camp. We get an error, not a problem. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL is not a function at process URL. URL handler line 10. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL is not a function at process URL. So usually that will happen because it didn't export. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL. We're getting that from services process URL. That is, this is in services, right? Services process URL, yeah. Okay, are you exporting it? Get hostname and strip protocol? You are. Which takes in a URL and then it calls strip protocol get hostname from protocol. So why would that be an issue? Exports equal to get hostname and strip protocol. Is it because it's module.exports? I laugh it's that. Actually, I wouldn't laugh, that would be sad. Does it have to be module.exports? I doubt it. URL.replace is not a function. We got a different error though this time, didn't we? URL.replace. Where's URL.replace? Oh, here. URL.replace protocol. I think it's probably because our regex is. I think it has to be module.export. Let me try. Okay, so we're using module.exports everywhere now. And module.exports there. And module.exports. Okay, perfect. Let's try now. Nope. URL.replace. Can we console.log URL to see what we get, what issue we get? We got function to lowercase, that's why. URL is a function. Who's giving you a function? Can I log hostname? I didn't even get here yet, that's why. Okay, so we're getting to lowercase somewhere. And we are calling what? Get hostname and strip protocol from URL. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL. Console.log URL. Let's make sure as it starts, it is fine. Okay, we get free code camp. That's correct. Okay, so that is fine. Now it's passing in return strip protocol from URL, putting in get hostname from URL, you need a call to lowercase. Am I missing a parenthesis somewhere? Yo, wow, wow, wow. Thank you for that. Sorry, it's been a super long day. Like, the majority of the stream has been refactoring my code. So generally I write code in a single file and it's worked for me. But apparently, yeah, it starts to get messy later on. This is still confusing for me, splitting everything, but I'm slowly trying to get into it. And yeah, during that process I must have forgotten a few things. Oh dear, that's bad. To lowercase. I wish it would like point these things out, that that's not a property on that. I wonder how long that would have taken me to figure out, but thank you. So I have amazing people like you. Is hostname valid is not a function. Okay, so we're slowly getting somewhere. Is hostname valid? Require helpers index. Helpers index. Is hostname valid? Exports. Oh, so this probably is module.exports, right? If it is, I have like a big question, like, okay, it's not that good. Is hostname valid? Require is hostname valid. Let's check is hostname valid. DNS equal to require. DNS. DNS.lookup hostname error, not error. Module.exports. It's probably because of this module.exports that is. Should be able to just do that. Is hostname valid is not a function. What? Am I supposed to return an object to you? I remember something of that sort. How about now? Ah! Why do you toString after a replace? Good question. I think that's because... Hold on, where is it now? It would be under process URL. So the reason I did that, I just probably forgot the one, because match turns it into an array. Whereas replace, you're right, I don't need toString. It's because match turns it to an array, so I turn it back into a string again. Good find, thanks. But we still have this error. Is hostname is not a function. Why? If is hostname valid is require helper's index. We go to helper's index. Module.exports equal to is hostname valid. Is hostname valid? Require is hostname valid. Is it because I'm not returning a value? We probably have to return here though, either way, don't we? Oh no, that should return something. Are we not getting here at all? Let's see. No, we didn't even get there, so we're not even getting to this file. What is missing? The name is fine. Usually when it says it's not a function, no, still an issue. Do you have any ideas what might be the issue, Flash? Oh, does it have to be like that? It has to be with the brackets? No, it's still the same. Because I've done it without the brackets before. I guess we could try log what is hostname valid is. Here it is. It's got generate short URL and is hostname valid. It's got two things. Do you see that? Oh wait, no, I think that was... It just happened on load. I think the moment I just load the page, then it does that. Something weird going on. So if I just load the page, Oh wait, nothing happened. So when I hit post URL. Wait, what? It was showing earlier. Now it's not showing at all? What the hell? Oh, there you go. It runs once. So we know that it does have is hostname valid inside of it. Wait, I just realized that it's got multiple... Is that normal? It's got multiple functions inside of it. Do you see that? Is hostname valid? I'm building objects of objects. Why is that happening? Is that not how you do it? Oh, is that why you said I need to do it in brackets? Because that will destructure from that, right? There. Is hostname valid is a function. Is hostname valid? Okay, so now we know that's correct. It's got the function inside of it, right? So now why can't I go if is hostname valid hostname? I still get is hostname valid, it's not a function. What's the other issue on the next level that I'm not seeing? Is it just my exports? Am I doing something wrong? Because here's my exports. In the helpers index, we do module.exports. We get generate short URL. Oh, because objects of objects, right? Because I was told that I can have an index file, then I need to require them all, then export that. How would you handle this? Module.exports, do I have it as an object or do I just have it directly equal to? Module.exports equal to is hostname valid. Now I get a function. Whereas before, I think I was getting an object. Yes. That's why. I need to just return the single item here. There we go. So I was returning an object. Okay, so module.exports equal to is hostname valid. Same thing here. Do I need module.exports or can I just do exports? Because apparently they're the same thing, do you know? And here, because it's a direct equal, I get the same thing. And then finally in the handler, we do is hostname valid because we destructure from the object in index. Okay, so let's see, now it should work. We got an invalid URL. Okay. So I can't just do exports because apparently it's the same thing. Apparently hostname is weird. Let's see what's going on here. Hostname is T. Why? Get hostname and strip protocol from URL. I just get T. So the request URL is fine. In hostname we're getting T. I messed something up somewhere. Good job. Let's go. First place that we get into is... What do you get for URL here? I have a feeling I know what it is. Okay, so URL 1 is still fine. Let's now go to the second culprit. Return strip protocol from URL, but you pass in get hostname from URL. So the first thing is get hostname from URL. What do you do? I want to know what you do. So URL 2 is T. Okay. Why? And URL 3... There should also be T, right? So we know where the issue is. Yeah. Wait, what? URL 2? Wait, what? I didn't see that before. Okay, so URL 1 is still fine. URL 2 is still fine. It's when it gets to strip protocol from URL. When it gets in here, we get T. So the issue is get hostname. When it gets in here, it's still fine. Let's see what this actually does. Let's see what URL 2 issue provides. There you go. So that is making T. So URL.match hostname. So hostname. Imagine it's just the same issue as before. What is hostname? Console.log hostname. Hostname regex. Okay, so the hostname regex is... It's an object! That's why! We messed up just like before. Gonna get this right one day. Okay, so you need to return it as is. Or is it a mess up? I don't know. Is it supposed to be like that? Hostname? No, it's supposed to just be regex. Okay, and then in index, we require hostname and we pass hostname protocol. So inside of URL handler, sorry, inside of process URL, why is it an issue? Can you see any issues, by the way? Is it supposed to look like this? The regex. It's got a key of hostname and a value of the actual regex value. Why is that? So back to the regex, right? Hostname is this regex, right? It's just a string. Well, no, it's a regex. Then we export it as hostname. We don't put it in brackets, it's not an object. So that part is fine, right? Then in the index for the regex, I do module.exports as an object. Hostname and protocol. Hostname is equal to require hostname, which is the export. Is it because I'm supposed to do a hostname.hostname? Is that what the issue basically is? I have a feeling it's that. I'm willing to bet if I go hostname.hostname and we reload this, I'll get the actual regex now. Yeah, there you go. Huh. So how do I avoid that? I want to export both of these. How can you do that? Because obviously I can't do a comma separated thing here because it has to be in an object, either singular or as an object. Any ideas, Flash? What did you miss, Twisted? Well, we finally got everything back on the server and things are running, but now I'm just having small issues. I'll call them teething issues. For example, my regex, instead of being an actual regex, is a regex inside an object. Flash, sorry, what I was trying to say was, if I do hostname.hostname, then it returns the full regex. But if I just call hostname like this, then my regex is an object with hostname as the key and the regex as the value. But I don't understand, because when I go to the regex folder in index, I'm exporting hostname, which I'm requiring hostname directly, and then under hostname I export it directly. It's not an object. Module.exports.hostname equal to hostname. Oh, oh my god. I swear, like, my linter did this automatically. Because look, the other one's fine. Crisis averted. So, if we go test it now, we should get the regex. Great. Now URL 2 is fine. URL 3 is fine as well. But what did it even do? It didn't even strip the freaking protocol. URL 3. Oh, because we didn't see what the protocol will be. So we actually need to get into here. Get short URL. No, actually we need to get into create URL. I want to know what... Actually, no, hold on. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL. That's... What's hostname? Where's hostname? Hostname is HTTPS... No, it's not. That's not hostname. No wonder it's invalid. Why is it not stripping? Hostname. That's invalid. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL. It's not doing that. Clearly. So let's go to process URL. Get hostname and strip protocol from URL has the full URL. Then we're calling strip protocol from URL, giving it get hostname from URL. Get hostname from URL. All it does is URL.match hostname.toString great. Okay, so the issue is inside of strip protocol from URL. So let's debug that. So URL 3, that's the one. Console.log URL 3 issue. Let's see what it would look like if I do what it's trying to do. Okay, URL 3 issue. It did nothing. Like, it literally did nothing. Wow. Okay. Let's see what protocol is then. Protocol regex. Protocol. Protocol regex is oh my god. The other one was a module.exports.hostname. This one's a freaking object. Oh. Oh my god. Oof, right? Oof. Fun. Okay, now, what is my protocol regex? Good. Hostname, good. Finally. Good. That's how it should be. Strip the protocol. Great stuff. But now it's still an invalid URL. Why? What makes it invalid? What are the checks? If is hostname valid? Okay, so is this... Okay, so basically is hostname valid is returning false. So let's go there and find out why. Because I'm not even... I commented this out. Oh, I was testing everything. Still an invalid URL though. Okay. I need a return. Yes, I was wondering about that earlier. I thought that that actually returns a value, but it does, but we're not returning outside of this function. Like, we're literally fixing one problem at a time. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Generate short URL is not a function. Let me guess. Let me guess. Let me be the first to guess. Yep. Oh, this is so much fun. Can we finally do something? Oh, I think we're getting somewhere now. Got a match! No. Cool, so we're getting somewhere. URL to, okay. Node unhandled, promise, rejection warning, validation error. URL validation failed. URL path, URL is required. Okay. So you didn't get a URL. It sucks to be you. You were supposed to get a processed URL. Processed URL is get hostname from URL. Get hostname from URL takes in a URL. What are you trying to give it? Oh, you gave it the full URL. Okay. So get hostname from URL should be fine. We know that because URL to issue should return. Actually, no, that's wrong. Why? URL to issue URL.match hostname to string to lowercase. So URL2 will give you the full URL, but it should get the host name from URL. Oh no, that's fine. AK get host name is Just the full domain with yeah, never mind. That is correct. So where is the issue from? Okay, what is processed URL? Processed URL is the full URL. Okay. So if it is, then you would have gotten a URL. So URL, okay. Console.log URL object. Let's see what URL object is, because that's what contains the link. URL object is processed URL short oh, that's why, because this has to be link. It expects it to be link. So link, or no, URL is processed URL. That's why it expects it in the format of URL and short URL. There we go. Now we should get something. So we got no errors. Now let's see if it actually stored it in the database. Finally, I can go back here and check this out. Collections. To sign in because it's been so long since we actually freaking worked in it. Let me do that real quick. Thanks for the tips, by the way, Flesh. Really appreciate it. Okay, so now that I'm logged into my database, I need to see if it actually stored that value. Collections. URL entries. It created one with G4PJX. Is that one that we? Yeah, there we go. Created it. Good. Why is it saying got a match though? Where was that? There was some logic that we did somewhere. Here. Oh, wait. The logic is find one. If error, got an error. Else, got a match. Oh, it's not got a match. It's just, yeah, we didn't get a match. Cool. So it's doing what it did before. It's storing it to the database. We got the full URL and we got a short URL. Great stuff. Now I want to take some randomness out of our generate short URL. Reason for that is I need to test if I can actually generate a new one if there's a copy, or see if it will detect copies as well. So options equal to or I'll give it 3 options. So now it's got 3 options to choose from. And then I'm gonna copy this and paste this and format this. Well, remove that. I less than options dot length How do we do this? Options? Do I do options I? Wait, how did I do it for the other one? I need to look at my Pomodoro. I can't remember the logic that I got for the random one. It was... math.floor math.random times the length. Math.floor math.random times the length. Math.floor math.random times options.length. There we go. So that will give us a random one of the 3. This will be a good choice. Return result. Okay, now we only have 3 options. Now let's see what happens. Okay, it posted it. Short URL is 201. How how did it do that? Oh, I'm being dumb. How does it get 201 though? What is 201? The length is... How does it get 201? Legit, how does it get 201? So a random number between 0 and 1. So 0.5 times like, and then how does it get 201? I really need to know how that works. I need to go back to my Pomodoro quick. The Pomodoro, I need to return an index from what I remember. Where's the index? Oh, it's there. So that is the index. That ends up being the index. Okay. So this value is the index. So it's options, and that's the index. Sorry, what were you saying? 3 is the length of options. 3 random numbers between 0 and 2. Wait, is it returning 3 random numbers? I wanted to pick one of these. 0, 1, or 2. I thought it was supposed to be you take math.random times 3 and then you floor it. Well, let's see what we get now. This is how it should be. Oh, it's getting 3. Because I'm doing the... Okay, I see what's happening, because I'm doing a for loop now. If I want it the way that I want it, then... Yeah, basically... I see what you mean. That's what you were saying, 3. I got confused. That's not what I wanted. That's what I need. Return options. Sorry, I see what you... I see what you meant. Okay, let me just go ahead and delete the other stuff that I created. Okay, we ready? Let's go. Post URL. We will now get short URL DJEX2. Great stuff. Let me go and confirm that it's actually there. DJEX2 is there. Now let's go try it again. Now we got LRJ. Cool stuff. And if I try it again, well, I guess I have to reset the... I checked that one, but apparently it can return a empty string. Ah, look at that, we got all three. What are the odds that we get all three unique in one go? What are the odds of that? We got all three of the unique ones. Now let's try. Now it should get a non-unique. There we go, we got a match. So now if there's a match, it must give me a different one. And we must produce an error. Well, that was pretty lucky to get 3 unique, right? Okay, so now that we know it's working, the logic for the error handling is in here. But what would error be? What would error be? That's my question. Like, what would error be? Because I thought error was if it can't find anything. Apparently it still always goes to the else. Change this to response. Now what do we return if it's an error? Because create URL entry calls get short URL. If it's an error, we need to basically I want to make a URL shortener now. It's fun. So here's a question for you, right? If short URL relies on get short URL, but I put a return in there with a JSON object, res.json, and the error message, will it put the error message into short URL, or does it completely stop trying to give a short URL? Yeah, don't worry, neither did I. We just got tested. I think it returned null before. Yeah, null. So if I do if response, please try again, or something like that. Res.json, but we don't know what res.json is. So that's the thing, we can't really do that. All this needs to do is create a short URL, but what if we can't create a short URL? So it can either we can do a logic check here if yeah, because URL entry needs the object. So we could do something like response or object So we can either return short URL, we return we're just going to return false. Do we return false? And then in here, or do we return error because it's usually a string? You want the types to be the same, right? Don't mix types. And then I can do if error, if short URL equal to error, so we create an empty object here. So URL is going to be processed URL like we discussed before, and short URL is going to be, well, short URL. If short URL is error, then URL entry, what am I doing? Dot URL that's the thing, I want to change the type as well. It should say error. So now we're going to create an empty object, URL entry.error. Now what was the error before that we used in the URL handler? Res.json. That needs to look something like this. Yeah, error, and then the error name. So in this case it's going to be Oh no, but that wants to store it in a database. That's the problem. Create URL entry gets called by add URL entry to database. Wait, can I have this in a single line? Like this? Is that valid? URL entry.url equals proseo URL entry.short URL. And then return URL entry, which will return an object. And then add URL entry to database. Add URL entry to database. And then that is directly called in URL handler. Damn, how else do we show the res? It's like making me boil a bit. Trying to get this to work. Basically, while response, we should generate a new URL. That's what we should be doing. But I also want a way where Basically, it's something like this. While response tries less than, we're gonna give it 100 tries to generate. Or should we do 1,000? Tries equal to 0 here. Tries plus equal to 1, right? And then we're gonna change this to a let. Let short URL equal to generate short URL. And then I'm gonna set short URL equal to generate short URL to get a new one. Problem is we still need to... Oh, this while needs to be here. But we don't know what the response is, that's the problem. If it's not inside of that. So we can just try 1,000 times regardless of the response. Because we needed to find one again. And it'll be weird to do a find one inside of the loop again. So how else would I do this? Flesh, if you're still there, do you have an idea on what would be a best way to do this? Response will be null if it doesn't find a duplicate, but if it finds a duplicate it will have a value. So I wanted to do while response, then we regenerate, we keep trying to get a new URL, but I set a hard limit as well, so I can only do it 1,000 times to prevent a infinite loop. But now the problem is obviously because the while has to be outside of it now, I don't have access to response anymore. I want to basically have a check if a entry exists in the database, and if it does, to regenerate a new URL. I think is I could store the result of find one. In a variable. I could do let response equal to So you need to call get short URL. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it outside of it now. So I'm going to do let response equal to URL entry.find1 short URL error response, and then I need to have something like if error we don't care about the response. Well, we do care about the response actually. I could do res. Because response will be null otherwise. Wouldn't I be able to do something like this? While response and tries less than 1,000, short URL equal to generate short URL, like this. I'll call it again. And then I do response equal to, you know what I mean? Is that a bit of a mess? You'd need to make a promise for that. Do you have an example of that? Because I've not really worked with promises, so I don't feel as familiar with them. It does return a response. It returns null if it doesn't find anything. Returns a query. It either returns an object with values or it returns null if there's no error or match. Well, I can access the object because the object is it does return an object. Basically, I go what am I missing here? Where's the closing? Yeah, I'll show you what it returns. Here's what it returns. An object with an ID, so the ID of the object it found, the URL, and a short URL for it. Inside your callback function, the rest variable should be your result anyway. And what do you expect? Yeah, but you're not showing what it returns, but what the callback is called with. True, my main logic is if it returns something, that means we got a match. So I could technically check the callback short URL, and if it's got something in there, we could consider, okay, the value exists, let's regenerate. You know what I mean? Would that be an okay approach, or is there something else? You can't make a simple loop because everything is async? Okay, but here's my logic, right? We get a URL right in the beginning. Then we check, does that URL exist? And if the answer is anything else, we can set exist to true, right? Then I can do while true, run a loop. Then what? I'd have to check inside of it again, your entry.find1. Well, how would we do this? Yeah, I see what you mean. It'll become recursive. So what is the solution here? Here, I'll write it out in simple English. This is what I expect. While true and tries are less than 1000, generate new short URL. And we keep looping, incrementing by 1, until either true is false or we get to 1000. Because then that way at least we have a hard limit on, we're not going to keep looping, we won't get into an infinite loop, you know what I mean? You can also check if the return value is actually a promise. How would that help us? Response equal to await. So wrap that in the entire thing. Cannot use keyword await outside an async function. You need to throw away the callback function of URL entry? You mean this one? So like that? And add... Did you mean like this? Like throw it away like that? Don't forget to close the find done. Find one. Yeah, that's what I was doing here. There. Close that one's bracket there. Oh, you mean... Okay, there. So find one, open close there. Dot execute open close there. Still an issue. Add async keyword to your function definition. I've never worked with async functions before. How does that even work? So async function get short URL response equal to await. So what does it do? It will wait for the response. Let's find out. Console.log response. So, oh, the response is the object. So it waits for it to be done before it proceeds, right? So basically it's blocking now, or what's the right term? Okay. Are you used to promises? Not yet, no. Still very new to them. With execute, you tell Mongoose to return a promise. Okay. So now I can have my while loop. Okay, we're going to do a simple test now. I'm going to delete 2 of the URL entries that we have. And I want to see if this async thing works. Okay, so now post, we got null. The response is null, and the reason for that is it didn't find a empty. Well, I didn't find a duplicate. So we got nay, which is good, right? I'm gonna go back and do it again. And now we got nay as well. Good. Do it one more time. What the hell? Nay? Did I delete 3? I don't remember deleting 3. Oh, because we're not actually creating a return short URL. What was the other thing I was doing here? URL, processed URL, this needs to just be short URL. Remove this if else logic here. Remove URL entry here. And now we're good to go. So now we got nay. Wait, that's bad. We're still getting an issue. Promise pending. Short URL, promise pending. It just says promise pending. Why? That's why it's failing. Promise pending. When's it gonna get it? When's it gonna get it back? Because here, remember in this function I'm calling get short URL. And get short URL is an async function that returns short URL. But why is the value promise pending? I need to await? Oh. So where I call it, I need to await? Does that mean I have to turn this create URL entry also into an async function now? But everything will be async, yeah. Ah! Do we have another solution then? I basically need to see, okay, this exists in our database. Make a new one. And keep doing that until we, you know, get a different one. It's not a bad thing. How many levels of async would I have to go? If that gets a URL, so if I turn this into an async function as well, does that mean everything else too? Add URL to entry calls create URL entry. How, but where do I stop? Like, where do I go? Just trial and error. So I just start adding async everywhere. Oh wait, this is await. Now we got something, but now we have an issue here for the URL object, promise pending. What calls the create function in the first place? It gets right here in the URL handler. We do if the host name is valid, add URL entry to database. And then add URL entry to database calls create URL entry, which then gets a URL and a short URL. So if I'm understanding this correctly, then I have to have all the other functions also be async. But what's triggering the first call? Okay, so the very first call is right here. In URL handler, we check if the host name is valid. And if it is valid, this is what starts the whole chain. Add URL entry to database. What about process URL? What's calling it? Process URL is called in the server. So here, when you go to the URL path, so when you post, sorry. So when we click that button to post, it calls process URL. So you click the button, it calls process URL. This button. So that's where you stop. The process URL one will be async if you care about waiting for the promises, and that's it. Oh wait, so I make that async and everything else will automatically be async? I don't have to add async to every function? Is that what you're saying? I see. I thought by default JavaScript is asynchronous though. Wait, like that it doesn't wait for things. Well, how does this work? It's a callback basically, right? So things do their own thing and then it's waiting for the callback, and when it gets the callback it does something else? It's synchronous until you reach an await. Okay, makes sense. So do you mind just running that through with me then? If I have the... So the server hits the button. Why does process URL... Okay, did you want the app.post to be async? Because I don't know how to turn that into async because it's part of Express. Or did you mean process URL needs to be async? So this process URL. So this needs to be async, right? And then you want me to do await for each one. Well, I don't know. It was complaining about something now and wasn't doing something. URL entry validation failed. Short URL is required because URL object promise was pending. Here, add URL entry to database. URL object was promise pending. So this needs to be async. Async function. And then URL object. This is what needs await, right? I just want to know where I put awaits and what becomes async. So create URL entry. Create URL entry calls get short URL. We know that that also needs to be in await. Okay, so maybe now? Let's test, see what happens. There was a bit of a delay, but that worked, huh? So now we created a DJX. Let's see if it did it. Yes, it did. Cool. And we got a yay. You don't parentheses for the await, really? So literally just await and then the name. Space. Await space. I thought it's a function. I wonder if this needs to be an await or not. I don't think this has to be an await. I don't think this has to be async. We'll find out now. Let's try now. Yeah, that worked. And that seemed to be faster. Okay. Let's make sure that's still fine. Yep, it's still fine. Cool. So, now we need the logic of checking enabled. Because we're not checking right now, so it keeps adding to the database duplicates. So now that we know what the response is, if response yay, else nay. Did we get a yay at all? There's a nay. Got a nay again? Why? What is response? Response is null. But how's it null? There should be a match. URL entry.find1 short URL dot execute. But there should have been a match. There's two of them now. Why is it not working? Response is null. Is it because of a wait? Do I have to wait for something here? Oh no, there you go. Now we got yay. Because that existed before. And now we got yay again. LRJ. And Excel. Okay, it's working now. It must have been something else that was being weird. What an awful way of testing, right? LRJ, cool. Cool, so now we know it's working. Now we can do my crazy idea. While, correct me if I'm wrong here guys, while response and tries less than 1,000. And now we're gonna do tries equal to 0, and then we're gonna have tries plus equal to 1. We need to generate a new short URL. And then we update response again with the same command, right? Create a new short URL, then set response equal to await URL entry find one short URL execute. And for brevity, I'm only going to set it to 100 in case it really does lag us out. So if I run it right now, it's gonna run 100 times. That's what should happen right now. That's what I want to see happen. Will we see it happen though? Yep, there we go. And it's gonna try 100 times because it's maxed out. The database is maxed out. And then eventually it's just like, well, fuck you. Thank you guys for teaching me how to make it wait. I honestly thought you can't make JavaScript wait. Well, I mean, you always had set timeout, set interval, but wow. So it will literally sit there and wait. But then obviously everything suffers, right? Probably not the best approach, but honestly, we're never gonna experience this. Oh shit. It's never mind. We're good. I'm gonna delete the URL entries. There we go. So now, if we try to post URL, we got a new one. LRJ, cool. Go do it again. It got into the loop. 0 tries. So it had to try once to generate. Okay. So our code's working. Oh, it had to try 3 times. And I got a new one. Hey, look. Probably not the most efficient way. And like I said, this honestly shouldn't happen. We have so many URLs to generate, short URLs. So this shouldn't... Yeah. Let's not say anything. But by the time it becomes an issue, if this was production, you just increase the digits or do something else. Or get a new domain, you know what I mean? Nothing suffers because something else can run during the await, if that makes any sense. How? Everything else was waiting for this. When we saw it run the loop, finally when it returned short URL after doing this 100 times, only then did we see this object URL. So where would other stuff be able to run? Oh, do you mean somewhere outside of the async? So are you saying that I could have in URL handler put I happened after? I want to see actually how this works in async. Because I'm a potato. Uh-oh. I done fucked up a bit. Sorry about that. Oh god. Are we still fine, guys? Like, do you still see my stream? Are we still good? Because I just messed up my browsers a bit. It's okay. There we go. Not the end of the call chain, but if there's another request on the server, for example. Oh, I see what you mean. So it'll back it up a bit. That's what you mean. So let's see when this all happened. I happened before, I happened after. Oh! Look at that. So the after happened before all the async stuff. Did you see that? So here in my code, I happened before, I happen after is after the async function, yet it executed before it finished. How does that work? Sorry, hold on. I need to bring my chat back. Keeps running. Sorry, I missed that. Will I get it in time? Doubt it. Can you repost what you just shared? I didn't manage to see it. I need to restart my chat. I killed my processes with that run. If you don't want to await, it keeps running the synchronous code and whatever is async will be done later. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So is this a bad way of doing it? Or is it okay? In the fact that I implemented a failsafe. So it will only try for, you know, X amount of tries before it finally gives up. The short UIDs aren't so much an issue as much as the issue if we end up having a repeat. Which shouldn't really happen as much with the generation that we have. Obviously I specifically gave it just 3 options to see if it can work around it, which apparently it can. How many tries do you think we should do, guys? 100? 1,000? I think 100 tries should be enough for it to eventually find something. And if it can't, at least we get a graceful thing like, sorry, please try again later. 3 billion tries. Just sit there waiting. Sorry, this may take a while. Estimated time, 14 years, 236 hours. 15 minutes. So 100 tries it is. Five characters. Alphanumerics A to Z, uppercase as well. So it's a lot of potential. And like I said, I'm not really worried about production level. Just I want a way for, if it somehow does find something, to have a graceful way to error out. No, I'm not gonna generate a short URL even if it's in a DB. That's coming next. I first needed to make sure that I can generate an error like this. 1 try should be enough. I'll leave it at 100 then. 100's not that long. It's quick. 100 checks to the database. And that's at the worst case. Remember, it will probably succeed after 1 try by itself. This is 100 consecutive tries of failing 99 times, which should like happen near the end of maxing out, you know what I mean? Like once we're done here, I'll have it generate like 100 and see how many times it duplicates. Okay, so now that we know that that's working, how do I return an error? Here's my issue now. URL handler will add URL entry to databases. Else, but the else is based on the is hostname valid. Else it will do res.json. Add URL entry to databases. And what does add URL to databases, add URL entry to databases do? It waits for the object and then it saves it. We could add an error property to the object and check for it, and if it does, This 100 tries will most likely block your Mongo connection. Oh, will it? Oh, because you guys said it was asynchronous, right? So it can't generate multiple requests. It will just... Okay, so what? Do we just do 10 tries then? Ten tries should be sufficient, right? And this will only really happen near the end. Now it's 1000% faster. Now I'm just thinking how we return an error to the user. Because if I don't return short URL, the calling function is waiting for it. So if it doesn't get it, because here it returns URL and short URL. What happens if all possible short URLs are assigned? Exactly, that's when you get that error. Something went wrong, please try again later. Because then that's basically a vague message for the developer to be like, oh, I see what the problem is, we've hit the cap. Now we need to assign a new domain. Later is when, what do you mean? I mean, how did you handle it, Christophers? How did you handle if all values are assigned?
Pink Gem 7 is following the family.
Pink Gems, hey! Here you are! You found my coding channel, how are you doing? Have you played any more Deceit games? Thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. Oh, you took a coding class once. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm just trying to put together a URL shortener, doing a lot of different things to get it working. Oh, you escaped as a survivor, nice! Sounds like you had some good games. So Christopher, you didn't do this project? Or you did? Because you're saying I would. So what did you do? That's what I'm asking, because you did this project now. So how did you handle it? Oh, and my method ensures that there are never any duplicates. You'll never get a duplicate. That's what my method does. So I don't see what you mean. What happens when you've just reached the max? based on, let's say you have 5 character strings. What then? You played with someone you met on Discord, getting better at this? Nice! Well, when I get a chance to have a break, then I'll definitely join you again. Because it was a lot of fun. I just feel that I'm going to learn so much from this project because I'm doing so many things, and I like the structure of everything as well. But now I've messed up so many things with all these changes. That was middle school coding class, right? So what are you doing now? Are you studying or working? Oh, and question for you guys. Is it wrong that if my return function will usually return an object, if I also return a boolean of false? Because I'm thinking to solve this issue, I can either return false if it wasn't able to create a URL entry, or return an object, because then in my other function I can do if value else, because obviously the boolean will be false, so the else would be the error. Would that be a bad practice? Actually, I can just return an error object, like what I was doing here. You gonna play some Deceit? Alright, hope you have some good games there. Pink Gems, thank you for dropping by and thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. How do I do this now? If tries are 10? Yeah, so we do 10 tries. Okay, so maybe we can do if tries equal to 10. Let's actually set this in a variable. If tries equal to max tries, return error, else return short URL. But I know my linter is going to complain about this. So we can do it this way. If tries equal to max tries, short URL equal to error, like that. So if tries equal to max tries, short URL equal to error, return short URL. If short URL equal to error, URL entry dot error. And then I should be able to return URL entry. And then let's see what we get now doing that. So try it 10 times, and then we get an error. Max number of short URL entries reached. Cool, that works. But now we need to check for I wonder if we could just use has own property. Would that be a better option? Has own property. Your assistant yells at you when you try to use has own property? I'll have to see if mine does the same. Let's see if it detects it now. Error detected, good. And let me go delete something from the database. It wants me to use object or prototype as... Oh. Damn. Doesn't mess around, huh? Okay, here we go. I gave it some, I gave it a chance to create a new URL. There we go. I created one, and it said no error. Sweet! Okay, so right. Goodbye for now. Get to head home from work. Yay, that's exciting though. You get to go home. I'm glad that I could offer some kind of entertainment, and it was really awesome to have you stop by and spend so much time. Like, wow, you've been here for ages. You've deserved it. Hope you have an amazing one when you get home. Relax, unwind, and hopefully see you around sometime. And I get to show off the cool little URL shortener, working and all. I know I've taken a while, but it's also been a learning experience. There's so much I learned today. And especially with async and await. I've never used that before. So yeah, keep well, Nettie. Don't I have ESLint enabled? Oh, I do. This is not my editor. This is in glitch. Here's ESLint. Complaining as usual about unexpected console statements. I was editing in here and I thought upload everything will be fine. But anyway, it's working now. Great. So it's working as it should. So the else should be when it does your entry.save. This is the else part. This is when it should do this, right? And then if there's an error, we should do probably res.json. Actually, we could just do the error URL object. And then we need res. How do we get res? Gonna have to give it res, huh? Give it res from URL handler. Was it res? No, it was request. Wait, was it? No, it was res. Give it res. Give it res, and then res.json URL object. And then I think it should be fine, huh? So now, didn't even notice? You didn't notice it was glitch? Did you think, wow. Now we have an issue. Unhandled promise rejection. URL entry validation failed. What do you mean no error? Oh, because there's still, huh? Why was there an error? Unhandled URL entry validation. Short URL path. Short URL is required. You were generated in here. Oh, where's the short URL? URL object. What the hell? Is this not how you... Can you not chain definitions like this with the comma? Is this incorrect? Can you see this? URL entry.url equal to processed URL, comma, URL entry.short URL. Is this invalid? Do I have to put it on a new line? Well, what is the actual issue here? No, it's not that. What do you expect the comment to do? I don't know. I think I was trying to use it the same way that you would a JSON object. Like, be like, this is the first option, this is the second one. I don't think it works that way, does it? Because I don't really set objects this way. So I'm guessing I'd have to go URL entry.short URL equal to short URL. Something like that. Now we should have a short URL. There you go. Okay, that worked. Cool. And then we get an error. Error, max number of short URL entries reached. Or actually, couldn't generate a unique short URL after tries. Oh, I entertain myself. See what I'm doing? It's more descript. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Stop! Couldn't generate a unique short URL after... Was it not tries? Oh. Oh, tries is up there. How do we get to tries now? Ah, I don't want to pass it in. Okay, we're just gonna have to default to after several tries. After too many tries. I don't want to say 10 because then I've hard coded it when the whole point of creating the variable, and I don't want to go ahead and add an extra return.
JD_Hirsch is following the family.
JD Hirsch, thank you so much for that follow. I hope you're doing well. Every follow that I get revitalizes me. So let's go and like crack this now. Yeah, short URL would have worked there, Christopher's. But processed URL won't because it's not the same name. I wish I could just call it freaking URL. But then I'd have to change this URL name over here. So it's fine, I'll just leave it like that. So now we get this. It tries for a few seconds and then we get error. Couldn't generate a unique short URL after several tries. I think that's better than the previous one. And like I said, this should probably not happen because the amount of, you know, unique strings that we'll generate is pretty damn high. Oh, you meant to do it like that, yeah. URL, processed URL, and then just short URL. Yeah, I can do it that way. But if for the single line we can just do URL entry.error, can't we? Okay, so that's the logic for that, huh? It works now. Let's make sure it does work by deleting like a previous value in my database. So it has one chance. Well, not one chance, but like 10 tries to get it right. What? Didn't I delete? Pretty sure I deleted. Hold on, what's going on? There's only three items in here. How many short URLs did I give it? Oh, only 3. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Let's go ahead and delete it. There we go. Now you should be able to generate one. Oh, good thing we're testing. We got an error. Assignment to constant variable. Uh-oh. See, this was the issue that I was telling you, Christopher. It doesn't work the way that you suggested. When I do it this way, it doesn't work. But if I do URL entry dot error or dot whatever, I can add to it. Because URL entry is already defined as an object. And I'm just returning URL entry. But it's better to have a constant, don't you think? Because then you can never override it. Then you know it will always be an object, and just accessing and adding properties. Then it won't be... It will be immutable. Isn't it better to have it immutable? Because then we can make URL entry anything, which could end up becoming something else that we don't want, and then it messes up everything. You know what I mean? Just to save one line of code. I'm talking about the fact that you can't redeclare URL entry as an array. Once we've declared it as an object, it can't change, no? The only thing you can add is items. Sorry, I meant the type won't change. You can change the properties on it, but you can't change the type. So now it will always stay an object. Whereas if I change it to let, and somehow the value changes somewhere here, it could turn from an object to something else. What do we think? Because at least this way, I know that URL entry can never stop being an object. Well, it could be. Short URL could return something else. It could return a promise and then your entry becomes a promise. Well, it could still end up being an object, but yeah. I just usually found the best practice being having everything be a constant, and with objects it's nice that you can still add properties to it. Try to avoid let as much as I can now. But there are some cases where you obviously need it, such as like in this case. Because now with that change, this should still work. There we go, no error. We still need a response though. Once it's done that, it was supposed to tell you, hey! Didn't I have that as an option before? Pretty sure I did. Oh yeah, I did. It was there. Okay, so you can go now. And you can go. The problem is this needs to show... Oh, that can be inside of the service now. That's the beauty of this. Where I have the error. Else. Because it's async. Short URL will end up being the short URL. And we need res here. Wait. Have it in the wrong place. After the save. Then rest.json. Original URL. Short URL is short URL, but we don't have that. So we have to access URL object. Dot short URL. There we go. So now if I try, we're going to get the error. Couldn't generate a unique short URL after several tries. Cool. But if I go ahead and delete one of these things from the database now, we will get a response. Original URL, short URL. This format is weird though, because I would actually give you the new URL, as in, you know, this domain / or whatever. Oh wait, wasn't it supposed to forward you to the new? Oh no, that's after you take this in. Then you take that, and then you put it in, and you get forwarded. There's 2 steps to this. So this is going to be a 3-day project, it seems, because I completely forgot about the 3rd thing. I'm really happy we got this far though. We now will handle if there are duplicates, and we will try for 10 tries, which is generous. I gotta remember to just flip this back over. So see this, A to Z, caps, 0 to 9, and it will generate from that, because right now we've just been generating from 3 constants. Did you do the redirection? No. That'll be easy enough. That's the easy part. This was the hard part for me. I was worried because I never worked with a database, and I was worried about processing it like this. But I mean, it seems to work. And we got our errors all in one place now too. Well, the responses. The response. I kind of don't like that it's there, because add URL entry should only be doing one thing, which is adding it. But we can always refactor it afterwards. So we save it here after there's no errors. So that's good. There was now one more thing I want to do before I go, and that is to make sure if a URL exists in the database, that we return the short URL for it instead. Because right now the logic is it will generate a random URL regardless. That was part of the plan, but we didn't add it yet. Are you hosting the DB on MongoDB? No, I'm hosting it on MongoMoon. On the moon! Yes, I am hosting it on MongoDB. Okay, so our logic is we first need to see if it exists. So where does that happen? The first thing that gets called is add URL entry to database. So I think we have it here on an if else. If blah blah else that shit down there, right? Man, I can't wait to get my linter to clean this up. I'm not going to bother with this. So if else, and here the if is We need to run a query. We're gonna do find one again. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Stop. Hello. Oh, we don't need an await, do we? Does it have to be an await now? King Code, hey, new project. Didn't you join me 2 days ago? Because then I think it's still the same project. We're doing the URL shortener. Basically, give it a link, get a short link instead. Response. I don't know if this needs to be await. And that wouldn't work anyway, because it's not an await function. Oh wait, actually it is an await function. Async function, sorry. URL-entry.find one. We need to find the URL. Do I need to process the URL? I think I do. Get hostname from URL, because that's what I end up using. Wait. Can I call a function inside of a JSON object? I can't. Can I? Oh, I know. I'm being dumb. We can do query equal to get hostname from URL, right? How do I turn it in? God, I'm so slow now. It's my bedtime now. But how can I turn this into an object? Can I just do that? And what will that end up doing? I don't think I can do that, can I? Oh, why am I being so stupid? Sorry guys. URL is gonna be that. And there you go, there's your object. And then that's our query. And then we search by that query. I just don't know if we need execute. I think execute just does it once. I don't know, we'll find out. I'll log it. Our console.log response. And find out what kind of response we get. Let's go. Response? Where's response? Oh, is that the response? I'm guessing it's the pending. Just want to make sure, but I'm pretty sure it is. Returns a promise. Oh, okay. So then it was the promise. So, do we need a promise? We don't need a promise. We need it immediately once, right? There you go. Oh damn, that's like a massive ass thing. Why is it such a big response this time? Was it the promise that I want out of it? I think it's the promise I want, right? I think I want the promise. So I want the execute, but then we wait for it. Is it gonna wait though? Only one way to find out. Yeah, it waited. Cool, response. Great stuff. So now what we do is if I'm just going to do processed URL because I'm going to use this twice. So this will make it a bit neater. So we have processed URL over there, right? And then if processed URL equal to query dot, what was it again? Was it URL? Oh, yeah, dot URL. They'll always be true though? What? Really? Why will it always be true? I think you want to compare it to response and not to query. Oh, you're right. Yeah. That is what I meant. Thanks for catching that. Okay, good thing we're testing because now we got an error. Cannot read property URL of null. Oh wait, it's this. Because it's gonna be null. So we need to check if query and process URL. I think that's gonna be the neatest or best way. No? Store? Oh, null is obviously a type. So I'd have to check against not equal to null. Oh, right. I'm doing it again, aren't I? I really need to go to sleep. It's the second time now. Thank you. You guys are amazing. There we go. Because we check if response and process URL, but we obviously, this would fail because that's null. So we check first if that's not null, and then we could do that. But since that fails, we get the else, which means we create a URL. No issues. Let's do it again. URL matches existing one. Oh! Oh! Look at that! I was about to be like, hey, give us a new, and I was like, damn, that's sexy. Let's see if it didn't accidentally add another URL though. I don't trust it. There is only one URL in the database. What now? Now that we have a duplicate, I'm basically like, you know what? I don't want to duplicate this code, but this is basically what we have to do. But I'll duplicate it, it's fine. And then we have to refactor it afterwards. Why are you complaining? URL entry equal to new URL object. URL object response.url, I guess. And response.short. How does it look in the database? Oh, I forgot. Short URL, right? Just like that? Yeah. What? Why can't I do response.url? Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to do this, aren't I? Or is there another way? You going to sleep, Flesh 88? Thank you for dropping by, and thanks for the help earlier. It was really invaluable. And thanks for the explanations of async, both you and Christopher's. Object spread doesn't like dot notation? Oh well. Can't I use brackets instead? Or would that also not work? Response at URL. Anyway, I'll do it this way. That's the URL object, and then URL entry equal to new URL entry from the URL object, which we just created, which comes from the database directly, and then we just wait. We don't save it because it's already in the database. So we just return. Oh, you know what? There's no need to even create that thing there. We literally just do res.json response.url and response.short URL, like so. Then we don't need that, and we don't need that, because we don't need to create a new object. We just need to see if it exists in the database, and if it does, well, Bobby is your uncle. Go post URL. Look at that! Here is your new short URL. But you will never know. Because like 10 million people before you linked to Free Code Camp. We are smart, aren't we, Christophers? The original example doesn't even do this. So now the chances of like getting duplicates is slim, isn't it? Who's accessing? God damn you! Stay away from my database! Christophers! I see you! Do you actually have those links? Do you have those domains? I'm not gonna remove it. You're gonna stay in the database forever, Christophers. Are they actually valid? I'm gonna edit your source /app.js. That's what I'm gonna do. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. So it works. I'll keep you in there. You'll be like the original ones. Or maybe I'll wipe the database, who knows. So it works. Is there anything that you can like think of that I should probably change? I think it's okay, right? I mean, the scope of the project grew really fast, so as you can see, so many things are messed up now. What was once a very simple function now turned into multiple things, so eventually this has to be refactored. Like, the messages shouldn't be in here. It should literally just save. If there's an error, that needs to be handled elsewhere. But I mean, for now it's okay. I did not at all think I'd need an async function, so obviously didn't plan for it. This as well. This does so many things now. Get short URL. It checks. It tries. I think I have to sit on that with a fresh, like, start, you know. Would you ever leave these logs running, by the way? Because this is server side, so the client doesn't see it. Would you ever leave these logs on, like tries and maybe existing URL or something? It's sad though that Christopher's, they didn't teach us that in Free Code Camp. So I'm gonna have to go and like learn about it somewhere else. I was like thinking, yay, we're eventually gonna do it. Nope. But it's okay. I'll figure it somewhere else. They make it slower. It's cool to see though. I guess you only really have it on while you're testing, right? And when you're done, you just remove all the logs. Would only log some strange errors, right? Yeah. I can maybe log when it gets max tries, right? If tries equal to max tries, then I could probably log that. That's kind of like a big one, isn't it? And I could do a console.warn, right? There you go. Fail generating a unique short URL after max tries. Oh, we're not gonna get it here though. Oh, that's something we didn't take into account, Christopher's. We're testing based on the filtered version. We need the full URL. How do I add the rest of the URL? Because my regex is matching obviously the host name and making that lowercase, but it's also not adding the rest of the stuff, which is fine, that was the point. But now in this case I need the entire URL, but I want to lowercase the host. STD error? I don't know. I just know that console.warn exists. I mean, we can try it. There, see? You'll get a red message. Failed generating a unique short URL after 10 tries. So let's look at our get hostname by file from URL. What does it do? It URL.match hostname toString to lowercase. Okay, so it matches the hostname. But how do we get everything afterwards? Replace. No, not really, because if it's uppercase, which is the whole point why we're lowercasing it. The only problem with that, Christopher, is what if the domain, the host, is all uppercase, and this is lowercase, and then you're trying to replace, but it's not going to find it. You know what I mean? Do I need another function for this now? Or is there... And the thing is, I can't lowercase the entire URL because obviously the resources can be case sensitive. String dot replace with your regex. You know what we can do is just return the rest of the stuff. The path. Function get path from URL. Because that may be useful somewhere else as well. But now how do we get the path? You would need to take the host name. We would need multi-steps, wouldn't we? Let's do it in the easiest way possible first. Hostname equal to get hostname from URL. URL.replace regex. Oh, you would recall it. Yeah. So that's the host name. That's the first group it matches, right? Now what regex are we using for get hostname? We're using host name. Was this the one that crashed? Yeah, it was. We're using this one. So in that case we want either... Well, that's a problem. We don't know which group it is now because it depends on which one it is, if it has a subdomain or not. So it could either be group... Because you see how I split it up, Christopher's. I split it up so I can easily get the protocol, the subdomain, the domain, or the TLD. So I don't think this approach is going to be really effective for us. Yeah, basically all in one. Would I need to, or can I leverage what I already have? Because we already get host name. How does that help us? We get host name. So we know what host name is. Then how do we remove host name from that URL? How do we append what's afterwards? That's the issue, isn't it? So this part needs to be optional. So this is a non-capturing group. Because then I can make this the capture group. And that's optional. Protocol, domain, TOD. That's supposed to be the subdomain, that's why it's empty. Subdomain. Wait, did I literally just turn my previous regex into a single regex? Oh my god. Did I just improve the previous regex now? Oh, but we must stop grouping them, right? The point is to stop grouping it. It must be one group and then I need to match everything in one group, right? That was the point, right, Christopher's? So this needs to be optional. So we need to create another thing over here. Like that. Now we have no groups, but we can group it now. Like so. One big group. There you go. There you go, I got it, Christopher's. Is that optional? Oh wait, this thing needs to be in a group as well, Christopher's. There you go. It's so cool that I figured out this non-capturing group now. What can this break for? Wait, I'm so confused. That needs to be in the front. Am I negating it now or what? This needs to be in the beginning. For this group. Let's check what the explain is. Beginning. Matches the beginning of a string or the beginning of a line. Okay. For the non-capturing group. This must be in the beginning. So HTTP, however many, colon, / /. And I made it optional. Is it this? No. The moment I put the caret in the beginning, it breaks it. Why? It has to be in the beginning. And it is optional. Oh, it's not part of the group though. There. But now why doesn't that match? That should match. The HTTP is right in the beginning. Wait, is multi... Oh my god, multi-line wasn't on. That's why. Never forget multi-line, Christopher. Oh my god. There you go. Okay, so that works for that case. Regex are... Okay, but why aren't we matching .com now? Yeah, but it's also good to understand regex, Christopher, so you can write anything. Like now, do you see how quick I am with the non-capturing group? I'm like, okay, I need this. Okay, I need this. It's so cool. Because then I can make this entire group optional. Oh wait, this must not be valid. Good. Actually, we can make this right in the front. And then we don't need that. Sorority high five. Hey, Netty B, welcome back. Okay, so if I had a oh yeah, you can't have a hyphen there. You can't have a what? No, you're not allowed a hyphen there. You're not allowed a hyphen there, but you're allowed a hyphen there. You're not allowed a hyphen there, but you're allowed a... ¿Qué? ¿Qué pasa? That's valid though, no? Okay, let's keep this in, because I know that's important. But let's go and undo until it matches like it should. I want to see if there's a part that I added. Oh, there's something in the other regex. Okay, there's something in my other regex that catches this. It's here on the other side. I need this group basically. Do I? Oh, why is it not nighttime? Let's make it nighttime. There we go. Better. Now Christopher's can see. It shouldn't match any of this. Why is it matching this? It's not optional. It's not optional. Why is it matching partially? That's optional. Then we got the domain, subdomain that is. That's optional. Then anything that's a word. Oh, that's why. Okay, I see what the issue is. This basically needs to be the same as this, where we add the dot. So this is HTTP blah 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 www. That's optional, by the way. HTTP www dot domain again. Okay, so let's see how this is working. This is for the protocol, and that's optional, but it's matching because it exists. Then this is for the www dot, which matches. Then this is for the API dot domain. Well, not domain. Yeah, host. Yeah, it is domain. And then we need a .tld. There you go. But this one is optional. And that one's invalid. But if I remove that, it would be fine. There you go. Whew! There we go. RFC3490 describes that non-ASCII characters. Is that valid? Is that a valid domain name? It is. Since when did that get added, Christopher's? Since when did that get added? Okay. Fine, Christopher, so you want to be that way. Fine. I see what you're doing. What if I did... Well, it has to be a capital F, doesn't it? Where's that Käsebrötchen? Is it cheese bread? Near to impossible, he says. It is X00. X7F. A cheese bread bun. It sounds delicious though. Wait, I wanna test something actually. Chinese letters are a thing in domains? Why don't we see these? Find me a domain that works. Let's try your Käsebrötchen. Okay, there we go. That worked. I gotta figure that in. Oh, those match too. Okay, good. Chinese letters too. Now to figure out how to include that in. I could do or. But that doesn't give me, and that obviously won't be an or. And I can't add it like that, because that won't match them. What am I missing? You know I like a challenge, Christopher's. Let's first see what's going on with this rule here. Either that or that, no? So the non-capturing group here and there's a non-capturing group negated set. I'm going to test those now, Christopher, so I just want to see why. Twitch can't even detect there's a link. That's racist. What is not allowing it to match here? I'm saying either or. Oh. We need like a super group now. One big group to wrap all of these in. So it's either that or that. What if I don't have the plus in there? But I put the plus there. I wonder if it's the same. So this is protocol, which is optional. Then we're looking for domain. Wait, is it working all this time, but I didn't try it in here? Oh, there you go. So it was working this whole time. Oh my god. So this entire thing gets copied to this entire thing, because Christopher has decided that I need a special character thing. Broke something along the way now. So if it's in the beginning, it works fine. For the first one. Wait, now it doesn't. Now it does. They need to hire me for their URL regex. So it doesn't detect them there, but it did earlier. Huh. This is... Okay, so this entire thing is for the protocol. We know that. Then this entire thing is for the domain. This is where it should have matched either or now. Let's see why it's not. Group 1. Group 2. One big group. And I just want to make sure that my regex is still working. Yes, it is. Okay. What about the negative look ahead? Is that the issue? That's not the issue. It needs to pick one or the other. I have a feeling it's because this is first. Interesting. So something here is stopping it from doing it this one. And what is it? Either or. It's this group or that group. Is it because they're in a supergroup? If I remove the supergroup, it doesn't change anything. And when they were part of the big group, that also didn't change anything. Oh, it's not impossible. As we could see, it was working. At least no one has done this in their test, that's for sure, right? We are so close to this. And look, it matches the first one here, Christopher. Do you see this? But it won't match that one. It's strange, but it will match that one. And it matched it in group 1 already. Wait, there's 3 groups? Wait, where's group 2? Wait. Maybe that's what the issue is. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, let's remove everything. Start again. There you go. Finally. If I put a hyphen in front of you, it's invalid. Good. Hyphen in front of you, invalid. Great. Hyphen in front of you, invalid. Cool. Groovy. What are you? Are you optional group? You are part of the optional group, and that is your group there. You're also part of optional, but then you're all part of one big group. Now, do you need to be part of one big group? Because the less I have, the better. It seems you don't have to be part of one big group. Good. But how do I make it optional? That's the thing. So it's better for you to be part of one big group, because then I can make you optional. Okay, where does your group end? Your group ends there. So now you're optional. Where's the group end? That's the group end. Okay, so we need... So you're part of that, right? Yeah. So if I put it there, I'm still part of the internal big one. So if I escape a... What did I escape now? Did I escape the... Okay, so I found out where the issue is. So the dot was the issue. Haha. Okay. Now wait, what is this part of? Is this part of group 1? It is. And this is part of... That's optional, so we need this. We essentially need to duplicate this. But the moment I do that, we break support for the other one. I think I know why. Because we didn't add optional here again, did we? There you go. But now, sure, we went further, but now we broke the first one. There we go. That's why. You need to add an optional for that entire group and then an optional for the dot. And then we need to add one more, which is going to be a copy of that up until the dot. But the dot needs to be optional. And then we need to do it one more time. And now we get the full domain. Okay, but when did we break Kassebrüchten? Was it never working to begin with? Did I just break it now? It was never working. But now I work the Chinese ones at least. Why is the Germans hating me today? What did I do to your cheese thing? What do you mean? That? Oh. I thought the negated set was just for this stuff. Only thing now is how do I make it... Oh, was that the issue? No, it's not that. Oh no, that just means it mustn't match anything in the set. That works differently. The caret inside of the brackets works differently. But it is this caret here that was causing the issues with Kassebrüchten. But now we have another issue. But thanks for that at least. Now we're getting somewhere. Now I just gotta figure out how to make it, because this does have to be in the beginning. Wait, we can make it optional, can't we? Oh, but Kassebrüchten just breaks then. Can I make that optional? No. What if it's part of the group? No. Ah! So close, Christophorus! So close! I mean, it pretty much works now. If we remove that for the hyphens in the beginning, it'll work for all characters, but we're not happy with just that, are we? We need more. So it has to be in the beginning for that. If it finds this... Wait. Now what if I do this? Oh! Oh! Oh no! I was getting excited for a moment. That has to be there. To say, hey, in the beginning, do not match if it's this. The strange part is, why does it work for all the Chinese ones? What is up with the Kassebrücht? Do you see? It's almost like special characters and then it stops. And that's here. And it's not because of the group, I just checked now. I'm gonna like literally add pluses everywhere, Christopher's. Oh, guessing won't help. It's the first one. That's for sure, it's over here. And if I remove my entire regex? No, still the issue. The A in casa is pronounced like air, but without the R. A. A? Casa? Casa? Casa brochten. Brochten. Ah, like a quesadilla. Woot woot. I love German. I love Bratwurst. Oh, Natty. Why do you stop matching? Why? Why? What if we remove the constraint here? Oh, interesting. Removing the constraint. Huh. Oh, I know why. Because it's picking either or, Christopher's. Käsebrötchen? Käsebrötchen? Käsebrötchen. Käsebrötchen. There we go. Nailed it. I know why it's failing. Käsebrötchen? Brötchen. Käsebrötchen. Gonna slowly get better and I can say Opel. Look at this, Christopher. This is gonna magically work. Don't ask me how it works, it's just gonna work, okay? Where's the key? There's the key. Look at that. Look at that. It just worked. You're like, wow, how did you do that? Apfel. Hallo, wie geht's? I'm gonna test now. You're trolling me. I wanna test one thing though. I wanna test this entire group to get it right. For your German letters. For your German letters. Where we get Opel. Oh, look, it works. It's wunderbar. Geh schon. Is that an actual domain? I really got it, right? Yeah. Not quite, but we'll get there. Now I need to figure out how to get it all in one. If I can. Because that was the old one. Actually, star or more. Star or more. There we go. Don't use plus. Don't use plus. That is the answer, because plus means one or more. What if it doesn't exist? What if God was one of us? The solution, ladies and gentlemen, is to use plus everywhere. Just plus it. Just do it. And it would just work. Yeah. There you go, Natty. Great stuff, Natty. Okay, so I fixed it here. Good. 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 But let us cut it down more. Negative. That means if I put a negative, it shouldn't work. Store works. Oh, it's not including it, obviously. Well, what am I actually trying to do? Negative look ahead for either of these. Why doesn't that... Oh, that's allowed. So confused now. Oh, because we said it's allowed there. Okay. I was like, I was about to lose my shit now. Okay, cool. Now we need to match it based on this. So www, this is technically the www part. I can reference this, right? If I make this a group, a capture group, I can stop repeating myself. So let's say Würstchen is why warning. Oh yeah, well we're not done, so relax, chill. So group 1. What do you mean Würstchen? Case insensitive. Why'd you get woo? Ah, now it's matching 1 by 1 line. That's interesting, isn't it? There. So if I have a star there and I have a star there and a star at the end, now I get the entire word. But if I remove that, okay, so that's group 1. Now how do I repeat this without... Bitly can't handle? Mine's gonna handle it, Christophers! We're gonna be the first! We're gonna be so special, Christophers! What happened? We need a dot here. Dot baba. So we need to say dot. Escape the dot. Escape the dot. How do you escape the dot? Dot the escape. There. And now we need to repeat. I wish you could just say repeat group 1. I don't want to repeat the regex. Wait, can I do that? Can I do 1? Imagine. What am I saying when I do that? What does that mean? Matches the results of capture group 1. Matches the results. I don't understand what you mean. Talk English. I want it to take the result. The results. I want to use the same regex. I don't want to repeat the regex. Otherwise I have to literally go and copy now. Copy and paste like this. See? Like that. But why is there a break here? That's not good. Is it because of the dot? What is causing that to happen? I need to find the issue. Is it you? Oh, it is you! All these stars are like changing the shape of it. Just add a star at the end of it completely. Oh, but if I do that, it's gonna create an infinite loop apparently. Can return empty matches and may match infinitely in some cases. That's not good. So it matches version.baba. I know I'm saying that wrong. But there. Do I need that? Yes. Do I need that? Yes. Close enough. Dot baba dot something else as well. So I said we're gonna copy again. Does it look like this? I can't remember. No, we need a full stop now. And then another one. There we go. We need to work on the Chen part. Chen. Okay, one of these needs to be optional now. This one can be optional. Cool, that works. Let's bring the Chinese letters back in. Gotta support the Chinese. Chinese work. Let's bring our original one. That doesn't work. But that's okay. We know why it doesn't work. Which one do we keep duplicating? Just this one each time? We need to add a dot again. Shen. Wushen. Wushen? What? What is the word? Wushen. Speaking about optional. Wurshen. Now son. Hearty. Wurchen. Wurchen. Wurshen. Ah! There. The T in like 10. Oh, you guys. This upsets me now. My thing doesn't want to let me post. Oh, there I'm allowed. Oh, it's just... Oh, you're obviously not allowed there. You're not allowed to post. I'm being an idiot. But you should be allowed to post in here. Which one is matching this? This is what I want to know. After the... dot... Okay, that one's weird. Oh, you want to know why it's weird? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna get there. I swear I will. You can only speak a language very good when you actually speak it very often. Yeah, true. Is true. So if I add it... Wait, right in the beginning we said. I need to save this before I rage again. So where is it not matching this? Inside of here. The solution was added there, and now it works. Oh, there you go. Haha! Yee boy! Or it crashes, right? That would be horrible. These should still be fine. Oh, because we then added to our... There. To our Vorshin. 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 Давай порушины. Vorshin. Don't mind me. Slowly just losing my mind here, but it's okay. It's fine. Wurst! 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 Shin. Why here it invalidates the entire thing. Here it invalidates the entire thing. But here also invalidates. But from here it starts being fine. We need to figure that logic out. Why? What causes it to after that first dot? So after that first dot shit hits the fan. Make it optional? No. It's not optional. But the you're in like urine burn. I'm not American. You're like in your in burn. Worst. Worst? Worstchen? You're the worst. You're the worst, Christophorus. You're gonna start making me speak like German soon with a German accent. Eastern accent. Do you have a sick German accent, Christophorus? Is it so sexy? I would like to hear it. I do like the German accent. She's really sexy. This entire thing must invalidate if it's wrong, and it's not doing that right now. So what did we do here? We made it... It matches the beginning. My German accent should be really huge. Will you talk to me on Discord? Can I hear it? Will you entertain me while I'm trying to struggle and solve this? This is a non-capturing group. And it's optional. Like, that's fine that it breaks, because it's invalid. But it needs to not pass the rest of it through. This is what we had before. But so our old one wouldn't allow you to put it anyway, yeah. It just invalidated it straight away. Oh no, 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 no. It worked for the first one, it's after that that it didn't work. Ha, we're learning something new. So after the first dot, something that causes it the first dot to be an issue. Well, not specifically that. It's due to the fact that there's something allowing it to still continue. Okay, now we know. Now we know what the issue is. So after the first dot, something in here Okay, so we know where the issue lies now. He's overtaken? You need to take him back. How dare he? It's not okay, Christopher. And you've just allowed him to do this? I'm going to find out what is causing this to work, and I'm going to squash it. So after the full stop, that's where it should end. But no, that's not where it ends. You shouldn't match a partial match. It shouldn't match a partial match, that's why. They get angry fast if they hear someone talking. Is it a German thing? So if I don't have this, so this says match at the beginning. This is optional. Okay, so let's do this step by step. This is optional. And that's the protocol. Cool, we got that out of the way. Then we got another capture group, which is either negative look ahead, but that doesn't change anything, obviously. Wait, technically, isn't it correct? It's not supposed to stop the match. Well, actually, we say that's supposed to be the end. We tell it that's the end. Ah, okay. I think I'm onto something now. So if I want it to be a certain length for only one single subdomain and one domain, I think I've got a solution. And it has to end at the end. So we put the end like that. So none of these will match because they're invalid lengths. But you can get version.com. We need optional, there you go. You can also get www.version.com, and we can bring the Chinese characters in. Maybe this one will work now. The ow, there, the ow, the gas, works. Okay. If you get this done, you're the literal regex god. Well, I guess I'm the literal regex god now. What do I win? The only issue now, Christopher, is there's probably another way, but I should probably do it when I'm fresh. This only supports one subdomain and one domain, which is normally how domains are structured. You know what I mean? At least for clients. You will have subdomain.domain.com/resource. So for most cases, this will work as is now. But the moment you have multiple domains, like you could see here, subdomain, 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 domain, it doesn't work. Actually, you know what? HTTPS, optional. This is the subdomain one, right? Watch this. Thought I can get that working. There! Look! Unlimited subdomains! 0 or more! Unlimited subdomains! .com/path. Okay, the path breaks it. We need to fix that logic. Oh, because it needs to end. Why do we have an error? When I had a /? Why? The expression took longer than 250 milliseconds. Spatzel mit Würstchen und Oh, you're trolling me, aren't you? Yeah, that works. But for some reason, when you add a space or any other oh, it's probably because of this thing at the end, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so we know what was breaking it. So that's for the subdomain. Wait, before I break this and I start crying, because I'll probably literally cry, I'm gonna go take this working one now and hide it away somewhere. And then I'm gonna remove this because now I've got a new idea. If this entire group is subdomains, we can make it unlimited, 0 or more, and make it optional. Then all we need to do is the domain, this group, this little piggy, this group is the domain. So, sorry, subdomains.domain. And this is the end. There it is, the literal regex gun. Hold on yet, I still want to finish this. So there will give you an error. That will give you an error, cool. So this is for subdomains. This is for subdomains. As many as you want, and optional. Then it's, okay, so it's like something, something, something dot, but it's optional. Or it can be something without the dot. Then a dot. Dot, then the domain. Let me close it first. I gotta figure out where it was now that I... Why didn't that work the way that it should have worked? So with this gone, what error are you giving? Okay, so your match is for that, and that should be optional. Big profit. Sounds like a good idea. If I get this working, we must do it. I wanted to work with as many subdomains. Because when we do it this way, now it supports all those subdomains. Interesting, now we can see where it's actually matching. What does the dot mean? Any character. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Now we have an option. If we anchor it, that means it has to end with that. But no, we don't want to anchor it. So we remove the anchor. I need this. Okay, so now that we know that it supports these subdomains like that, we have to know why is it not working with this. Here's the protocol. Why is it not matching the protocol here? Why? Start at the beginning. Any word, as many of them. Oh, do I have to physically escape that maybe? No. Doesn't really matter. So why doesn't it match the colon? And here's the funny part. If I remove this, then it does match it. So that's the interesting part here. We need to figure out what is breaking it. Then we have our solution. The moment I see that, I'm going to be so happy. Ah, there we go. So the dot. Obviously the dot can't be in there yet. Yeah. So the protocol breaks. Okay. Okay, so the protocol breaks because of the dots. Remove the dots and then it's fine. So remove the protocol first. And it's got nothing to do with that. Oh, it does though. Look at that. And that is the reason we added that in is for the hyphens, which still works now. Okay, so the entire word. There. Okay, we got the protocol in. Perfect. Okay, we got we got the protocol in. Hell yeah. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Can you still add hyphen there? You can't. Can add it there. Cool, that's good. The only issue is there where it breaks it. It's valid. It's trying to match everything that's valid. Oh, you know what we can do? We can add anchor at the end. But we get an error. Wait, we need to put the anchor somewhere. The anchor needs to be there without the warning. And it needs to end with this. Why do you have an error? The expression took longer. Technically it times it by this group. What don't we need? That's fine. So that gives an error. That gives an error. This is like one of the toughest things ever. Just when I nail it down. Havless Stack Overflow question ready? Okay, plus, and this is the end. There, that's the end. Christopher's having multiple dots isn't valid, is it? Right. Right. Just wanted to make sure. Look, I can actually choose how many it matches. Isn't that cool? But that's why we have the star for 0 or more. But the dots are what the issue is. So now we know what the other issue is. There can only be one dot. So do we need to create a group to tell it, hey, you're in this group, and when you're in this group, you're only allowed one? No? Or does the quantizer need to be inside of it like that? No, that doesn't change the outcome too. Because that's as many as this entire group, do you see? The issue is that the dot can only repeat once. So what logic do we know? How can we avoid that? Because the star means repeat this as many times. Problem is also means you can have multiple dots. Dot 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 dot, which is not accurate. What if, isn't this already in a group? You need to have one of these. Isn't it the same as the plus though? And then a dot. I want to remove this group for now. Yeah, I'm right. Okay, so it is that one that's controlling it. Okay, so that means everything. But how do I say, hey, you need to be one of these? But if it starts with the special character, I think it will have an issue. Yeah. You can have the special character anywhere else, you can't start with it. Because the rule is one or more. So if we can group this entire group, see, Christopher's supports the first bit. What's the 0, 1 fall on? Oh, it will support it when I add the end. The ports won't. The ports will be something I'll have to add. But that's easy enough to add. That's like a protocol. No, the dot's not missing. That's the end. The end is the final one that I add. This one up here. But before I add the end, I want to first solve the fact that you can add multiple dots. And right now I've solved it. You can't have multiple dots. The problem is you can't start with a special character, which you can. Oh, is that what you meant? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so the logic dictates we need one or more of the plus. Zero or more of the special. I think I have to break them up into ors again. I think I did it. Oh my god, I did it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, it feels good. Oh yeah. Oh, stick it anywhere you like. So good. You can't have multiple dots. Try to have multiple dots, it's gonna be like nobody. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, you can't do that. You can't do that. No, no. No, no, no. Cool. So there you go. It was the or. I needed the or. It's either any character, including a hyphen, one or more at least, or any special character, one or more. Okay, the hyphen doesn't work here, but I think it's because it's after the cast thingy. So if I add it there... No? Hyphen works for normal words. Hyphen doesn't work with special. Well, not after the special at least. Why? Oh wait, I added this afterwards like that. You're saying I don't need the plus there? Oh, I need the plus for the... for that. Okay, so I want to make a copy of this, and I want to make a copy of that, and I want it to work when I put the hyphen there, because that is valid. So work with me, please. Don't be mean. Don't be a mean bean. Oh, figured it out. This means not. This entire thing is a negated set. That's why.
Archthur is following the family.
Archthur, thank you so much for that follow. I really appreciate that. There. Now it works. Now we can't start with a hyphen. We should be able to start with a special character. There you go. Can add a hyphen there and there. Can add a hyphen there. can't start with a hyphen, obviously. Because first, you can't start a subdomain with a hyphen, can you? I know you can't start a domain. Can you start a subdomain with a hyphen? I don't think it's valid, is it? No, you can't. Okay, perfect. Then the rule is working like that. Let me go save this. The 10th iteration. At least I'm streaming, so we can prove this, right? Making history right here. French. You want me to put the French one in? There you go. Remember, the last bit is not going to be added because I haven't included that. But it seems to be working. You tried to trick me, but I got it working. And now we need a special case where, so this is a non-matching group. So we don't need this. Non-matching group, meaning it's either white space. There's no hyphen. You can't have a hyphen in the... Oh wait, you can. I just can't start with it. So I'll bring that back. I'm gonna try it now, Christopher's. This is the entire group. Another group. Wait, this is a negative look ahead. Yes, it's a negative look ahead. Okay. So any word or a hyphen, as many of them, or negative look ahead. Okay, this should be it. And this is the entire group as is. What am I missing? What did I break? Where's the opening print? Oh. There. That should be it. Let's try. Fußball.d. There you go. Fußballspiel. I think that's it, Christopher. Let's add some dots somewhere. Dots break it. Good. The literal regex got The only thing I'm not happy with now, Christopher, is what happens here. If we break it here, you see this URL is valid, but now we break it here with 2 dots. It's going to try to match www.spaziel, which obviously is valid. How do we deal with that? Like, do we just allow that? Because it's just going to match anything that's valid. Do we need to tell it that it needs to at least be in a format of 1 subdomain, 1 domain, and 1 TOD? Because then I think I can put a... Yeah, okay. So let's see how we can make it complete then. So we do that Spatzel. And the reason for that is because, okay, well, we ignore this one because there's literally no, there's nothing in here. There's no protocol. So the first group is any subdomain. That www is a subdomain. Cool. One or more. Has to have one or more. Plus. Wait, I think I got it. If this is a subdomain, then this is a domain. And then the last one is a TOD. There, I think I got it. Look, Spatzel ... doesn't work anymore. Can add a hyphen there. Can't add a hyphen in the beginning. Can't add a hyphen in the beginning. It'll be the same logic anyway, because I duplicated it. Dude, like I'm literally using unlimited subdomains now. Oh! Except here, the last one. You little rat. Put a hyphen there. Oh, because it's technically valid. How do we handle this, Christophers? This is technically valid. Remember, it's only looking for one subdomain, one domain, and one TOD. These three technically could be it. Do we just treat it as valid? How will it know? Do you know what I mean? DE is the end, right? But I put a hyphen there. Now it's like, okay, this is valid. Because remember, the rule is one subdomain, one domain, and one TOD. All of these are valid TODs. Mit is a valid TOD. So would Spatzel be. So would Kasselbrüchen. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. So I just leave it. It's correct. We obviously just assume your data is correct and it's not corrupted or whatever. Save this. Whew. Okay, now why didn't this one match? Isn't this valid? Domain dot subdomain? Oh, because we have the forward slash? Wait, literally just because we have the forward slash? Why? Why? What is our rule? Domain dot sub. Oh, but if you don't have subdomain, then it's just domain dot TOD. Okay, so one of these has to be optional. There. Optional. Because I didn't realize football was off. Okay, so the requirement is 1. Actually, let's make the first one optional. Second one is required. Because 0 or more. 1 or more. Does that still work or did I break something? Which order should it be in? The first one should be 1. And then 0 or more. Okay, I will take the www.api. Yeah, that's a valid domain. Okay, I'll take the title of regex god now. My job's done. Like, I literally don't see an improvement. Maybe I can improve the regex itself. I'm so happy that I learned about how to unlimitedly call something. Just use the quantifier. But there we go. I did it. If you got more tests for me, please give them to me. I want to test them. I want to try them. And we didn't even Google, Christopher. This is just you and me sitting here. Coming up with it by ourselves. Test after test after test after test. Holy shit. Did you actually create a question? No, don't tell me you actually created a question. Oh my god, you actually did. Oh my god, you did? You're gonna put me on the spot. Someone's gonna come there and tell me that I'm wrong. You know that, right? Okay, what about your case with the port? It doesn't match the port. Is that still fine? We only want... Okay, so I'm good. Yay! Christopher's! My first Stack Overflow! Is it a bit weird if I like post like 1 minute afterwards? Would it be a bit weird? Maybe wait like 30 minutes. How do I structure it? Then you can help me write the answer, because this is the solution. What would I say? Like, hey, try this, and then explain what each part does. Let's write it into English, shall we? While we wait. You and me, let's do it. So what are we saying? Oh, FlightX, hey, how's it going? I'm good. I feel really good because I just made a really complex regex that handles any amount of subdomains and domains and includes Unicode characters. Well, non-ASCII characters, that is. Sorry, what am I saying? Unicode. How do I explain this, Christopher, though? Each part, I guess? Like you were saying? Line by line, like you said. But here, in this case, do you see this? How would I break this up? How would I explain that this is a non, capturing group? Do I try to just explain this entire line? This creates a non-capturing group. Ensuring this group doesn't start with a hyphen. Doesn't start with a hyphen. Has one or more consecutive. Did I misspell consecutive? No, I didn't. Ensuring this group doesn't start with a hyphen, has one or more consecutive alphanumeric characters or a hyphen. This is how it looks from a pro. Let's have a look. How does a pro do it? Why is there an error? Isn't this JavaScript though? Oh, you mean the comments are C#? So I can do a block comment, can't I? I think that'll be easiest, right? Like a block comment? Then I'll take the entire regex and I'll stick it here. How do I make it as a comment? Do we just assume that's my comment? 2 colons? I mean 2 backslashes? Oh, you mean tabs, so no. So 2 tabs. The beginning of our capture group. So just start it on a new line each time. Oh, tab it enough so that it will look something like this. Still need it? I made it a block line comment, Christopher's. The beginning of our subdomain non-capturing group. Is there 2 of them? Do I really start with 2 of them? Oh, I do. And it ends there, yeah. Yeah, but the result should be a valid regex string. So I can't give you one full long string and then an explanation of it? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I see what you mean, I see what you mean. So you're allowed to have new lines for the string. JavaScript strip set. JavaScript. I want to see if I still need this. Seems like it's still the same, huh? It didn't change. Yeah, so I removed that and it looks still the same. I just don't know what side effects it will produce. And this, just same as before. So if I remove, okay, so that does affect it. Interesting how this works, huh? Plus star. Okay, so this group, this first group is for the subdomains. Dot. Domain dot, this is optional now. If I had this plus it would break. Yeah, so I was right about that. Does this need to be in a separate capture group though, I wonder? Yeah, it does. So this capture group, this is a negative look ahead. I'm just trying to see what I can remove, Christopher. That's what I'm doing now, in case you're wondering. That seems to still work. Because that's a subdomain. Dot. Any character or any of those. Casa had an issue before. But we fixed that. Yeah, fixed it. Okay, so that seems... Hey, I've got an option now, Christopher. Which works better? Look at this. They're both domains, right? But if you add a forward slash after the string, it doesn't match it. It has to end with a valid subdomain. Is that better? Which one to use a better option here? Oh, because the thing is, the top one, you can't have resources.index resources forward slash index.html. Whereas this top one you can. Well, if I remove the anchor. Well, actually you couldn't before, sorry. It just completely invalidates it. Is that how it should be? You want to get the subdomain and domain. Oh, so you don't care. As long as there is a valid one. Okay, cool. I got you. Because if there's anything afterwards that's invalid... Oh, it only does it for the short ones. Okay, cool, I got you. So here's our final code. So make sure it looks like this. Yeah. Yeah. And here's the rest of it. Okay, so you want me to make it look like it's valid code, you said. That's what you said. Why is it doing that? Do you see? How do I escape it? How did that pro do it? I would have to use like block comments. Oh, but even that won't work. So how do you suggest I do multi-line regex explaining for you then? Because even block comments won't work because of all the escaped characters we did. Oh, plus. So you want me to do concatenation? Plus. But this isn't allowing me to match, look. Because of the escaped characters, it's got one backslash there. Oh, you want me to do a string? Literal string. See what you mean. But can you actually do it like that? Do regexes work as a string, Christopherus? Because I tried it once and a string didn't work. Can you go test quickly if a string works? Because I tried a string once and... Can you comment inside? No, you can't. Skips the match if a subdomain begins with a hyphen. Matches any... Wait, I think that plus was literally there before. Yeah, it was. There's a literal plus there. Okay, cool. The skipping with a hyphen part is a bit duplicated. But I think if we don't have it there, if it starts with a special character, oh, I think I just needed to do that, and now it's fine. then where was that an issue before, I wonder? Okay, I just needed it there. So I removed one thing. Cool. This is domain.tld, right? So why when I put a hyphen there, does it do that? Technically not, Christophers, because the hyphen is allowed. It can be like test.co, and let's say the hyphen's at the end. It is valid, according to the spec. In the TLD, yeah, you can check. Well, I mean, go double check for me to see if I'm wrong. I keep updating this. Jeez. But this should be the final. And we got rid of the extra ore. Yeah, exactly. Cool, so we're good. What will we call this, Christopher? What is it matching here? Because it says character code 0 to 127. How do I describe that? Isn't that ASCII? Anything that's not a ASCII. I think 0 to 127. Yeah, those are ASCII. So matches any character that is not in the ASCII character set. No, it's specifically anything that's not an ASCII character. That's what I chose. That's why it should match anything. An escape colon that will serve as a separator for our subdomain. Then we've got the entire group again. Wait, did I turn this into a group now actually? Yeah, it is a group. Let's just make sure it's not a capturing group, that's all. So this can be something like the beginning of our subdomain non-capturing group. This one will be the beginning of our domain non-capturing group. I need to also specify where the end is, don't I? The end for that group is where the star is, then the hyphen. Oh, it's here. This is the end. Matches one or more character that is not in the ASCII character set, as well as 0 or more hyphens, plus the end of our subdomain non-capturing group, requiring at least the beginning of our domain non-capturing group. And what does this serve as now? We have doubles for the non-capturing? Yeah, we do. If that's the domain, then what is that? And then we need this. This is going to be amazing, Christopher's. I'm almost there, Christopher's. Almost there. Or, so this is some repetition again, but that's fine. Matches one or more characters that are not in the ASCII character set, as well as 0 or more hyphens. And this is going to be the end of some character set. Whoops. Well, I'm not gonna go change this now, Christopher's. Is this not good enough? It's maybe too detailed. No, but that's fine. Wait, you mean mine is too detailed? Whose is too detailed? Someone can edit it if they want. You know, that's the point of Stack Overflow. They can edit my answer. I guess, yeah. I'll give you a TLDR version. Like, here's a solution. And this is the... And this is the end of... There's a star at the end of that one. Is that true? Yeah, there is. And then we have this. The beginning of yet another group. This is the final one. Does your rigid work with TLD having an ending dot like google.de dot? I don't know. Google.de dot. Yes. Is that bad? Is that good or bad? Wait, is that good? Why is that good? Really? It's perfect. Why is it perfect? And make sure you go hard on the guys that give you answers, eh? Because it's valid, right? The beginning of our top level domain non-capturing group. Okay, we got that. Plus, this is the... And hopefully you learning something about regex as well. We're just gonna copy this. Or you get people like me to write for you, huh? I see. I see how it is. We need to see if this actually compiles. We're right at the end now, Christopher. Jesus. Well, not compiles. We don't really compile in this language, do we? Wait, why is this alternator here? I thought I got rid of duplicate alternators. This doesn't have to be here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. My heart stops every time I have to test Christopher's. I'm just like, God, did I break something? This is why we have test cases. But no, I didn't break anything. Cool, I can remove that extra. This is just duplication that doesn't need to be here. Matches one or more character. Matches one or more character that is not. Why did I say R? Matches one or more character that is not in the 80 character set as well as 0 or more hyphens. Okay, and then this is the end of our top level domain non-capturing group. Got up. Requiring what did I say before on the other ones to be at least, wait, no, requiring one or more. What did I say? Where did I have a star? There. Requiring 0 or more matches. And then this is the end. The end of our capture group and the end of our regex. Phew! Wow, Christopher! Now, do you think this is valid? Let's go stick it in like... thingy, CodePen. And see if we can concatenate. There. And then if we do console.log regex, we get, yeah, we get the full... Oh, that's bad. Those characters in there, do you see that? Don't know why it's doing that. Or maybe that's how it's supposed to be. Oh, you want me to change const regexp? Equal to new reg xp. So you want me to make the whole thing like that? Like that. That's what you're saying, right? Invalid regexp group. Syntax error. Invalid regexp group. Line 6. What? There's nothing there. When I did it that way, I got the whole string. Let me actually copy this and see if that's exactly the same as our regexp. Well, it's stripped. Oh, I'm worried about this now. It works in the regex, obviously. I think it's just the console that shows it weird. It's trying to actually show it. But what do we do about the fact that we can't make a regexp out of it? So when it's the string, it's fine. You need to double escape the non-ASCII character stuff. How do I double escape? Oh, you mean back? Looks like you're saying oof to me. So just double, right? Okay, let's try now. Invalid regexp group. And let's see if it's not a regexp, if it's just regexp like that. Well, at least it doesn't do that anymore, do you see? And let me see if this is exact. Now what do I do with the when you escape the what do I do when we escape the like the backslash and the full stop, because it seems to strip it. It doesn't keep it. Do you have to double it? I don't see him use dots. Oh, he does. He double escapes. So wherever I use a backslash, double backslash. Okay, use a double backslash wherever I use the single backslash. Got it, because even for the back W, it has the issue. I hate that it says invalid regex group. But if I do the string version. Okay, let's see if we can get the right string now, Christopher's. And it needs to be the same as this one. There's an extra white space there. That's why. Oh, because... Oh. Where's the extra white space? Where the hell did I get extra white space from? So the first white space issue is right after the backslash W. So backslash W, there's a white space. Oh, there's not supposed to be. There is a space. I don't know why there is. And then by the question mark. Yeah, there is. This was just weird, Christopher's. My code just... Okay, let's try this. Round 743. Let's go. Hey, and we got a valid regex. Dudes, we got a valid regex. It's legit a valid regex now. It's valid. Don't forget to add G and I to it, obviously. How do we add G and I to it, to regexp? Do you know? I need to make it global and ignore case. How do we do that? Second parameter. Like how? Just GI? Like that? Well, there's only one way to find out. GI is not defined. Fuck, should have known. Maybe it's string? Oh, I think that worked. Global true, ignore case true. There you go. That worked. We did it, Christopher's. We freaking did it. Clap, clap, clap. Do you think I should now make the comments on top of the on top of them instead of next to them, like the other guy did? I will tab them all on the same level, but don't you think it will look nicer if it's like this? I'll only do 2 and then you can decide. Do you see that? Well, let me do one more so that you can see and then do a fair comparison. Gets too clunky? You think so? Okay. I'll tab them all once I know we're the same line. Here, this is where they can all start. Oh no, why are they not the same? No! Christopher, why aren't they the same? Why is it not starting the same? How do I know when it's on the same line? Wait, that's the same line, right? When it looks like that. Yeah, I think so. Now they're on the same. And then I have to shorten any words if I can afterwards. Looking nicer? Nice try, Double. I saw you. Can't escape me. It's gonna be my first proper answer on Stack Overflow, you know that. And I worked hard for it. Do you think this is too many comments now? Probably. Like, how do I don't know what to do. Do I just leave it like this? It's very detailed, yeah. Yeah. Well, let's make sure it still works on Stack Overflow. I mean, on our testing thing here. Because if it still works, then we know we're good. Perfect. It's still working. Do you want me to make a code pen where I highlight? Make it more like the people from GIST? Where were the people from GIST again? Oh yeah, you sent me the link. Yeah, I'll decide. I can update the guest, can't I? So I can just post it. I'm just thinking, do you want me to make a example where it highlights specific like words? Like regexer does? Or is that not necessary? Don't think that's necessary, yeah. I was kind of hoping you said that, because it's a bit much now, isn't it? But yeah, what would you suggest that I do from like example this? Because you were saying you could decide if you let it like this or make it more like people from the guest. Oh, there's a regex thing? How does mine do? Oh, because we're not trying to get the resources, we're trying to do one specific thing. Did anyone get it all? So I can make a perfect one. Diego got close to passing all of them, huh? That's valid, an underscore, is it? Oh yeah. True, yeah. I wonder how it changed mine. To make it work, I think I would just have to add I think that's all I'd have to add to match everything afterwards. So let me try their list. Just for curiosity's sake. Huh. Oh, we're not... Wait, are those supposed to match? User ID. I don't see these matching. Oh, it's supposed to. Well, all we do is add a colon or an and to be valid. We make it optional. So here, after the protocol, wait, that is after the protocol. Then it's a word. Well, I could just add that. It's doable if I wanted to change ours. Because literally all I do is I add an optional for that or an optional for that. And then again, optional for that. And for the ports again, optional. And then if depending on how many ports there are, you can use a quantifier. So that's very easy to do. But we match everything else. What about Arabic? Why aren't we matching Arabic? Is it because it's not valid? No, this should be valid, right? Does Arabic not use... Then why am I matching the first Arabic? How does Arabic work? Wait, how is that valid? This shouldn't match. You can't start with a hyphen, Christopher's? Why does he say... Wait, where was that hyphen one? Apparently these should match. How is that valid? Having a hyphen. Can you explain that one? Apparently for Arabic, this should be Arabic. So why didn't it match the Arabic? So it's not the order of it. And this is right in the beginning. So HTTP colon colon. Why is it matching the first Arabic character though? That's strange, isn't it, Christopher? Seems to be encoded with 5 bytes. What does that mean? UTF has max 4 bytes. Trying to see where it's matching this. And I can't seem to find where it's matching it, Christopher. It's annoying me now. Arabic is strange. But I mean, I think it's a good enough solution for your question. Did you just ask anything about Arabic? I'm gonna see if I can find a solution. But I want to see where it's adding. Isn't it because it's like left to right? No, it's not that. It's not how Arabic is written. But why is it matching that first Arabic character? Do you see that? And that Arabic does not look like the same as the moused over Arabic. Imagine it did match it, but you just can't see that. Because look there, group 1. Imagine it's just a glitch. Because if we go to the list, look there. Oh my god, am I losing my mind? That looks the same, doesn't it? That does look the same, doesn't it? I think... Oh my god, Christmas. This whole time we tried to change it and it's fine. Oh my god. Because their highlighter is not highlighting it, but look at the value. That is the full URL. Look if I change it. Do you see? Now it doesn't work. Do you see? It does work. So it works, yeah? Because I mean, you see the match. It's just the highlighter is not working. Yay, Christopher's! I was about to panic. Yeah, I don't understand. I'm just gonna post it. Screw it. So I need to create a new gist, you say? Gist.github.com. Do I create a new gist? Wrap? No wrap, right? Two indents, 2 spaces? File name? What did they call this? What was your question again? If you could just help me do this, Christopher, I'll be so happy. Extract all subdomains and domains. But I want to create a gist as well. What should we call the file name? For real. Every time you make that like laughy face, I can never know if you're like serious or not. Extract subdomains and domain, not from URL. Oh, edit it if it's not good. What do you think? I don't need to explain anything further because I explained everything in the code. Perfect. Now that I have it as a guest to my GitHub account, I can also post it here. No one posted an answer yet? Oh boy, here I come. How do I make the code JavaScript? Do you know? Is there a way to specify JavaScript? I can't remember, because I know how to do code and stuff. Language, there we go. Lang.js. Okay. Lang.js. There we go. No, Stack Overflow. I already did it on guest is done. There you go. See? Looks good, huh? I've put together the following regex, which I also commented heavily. What do you call it? Each specific what? Reference? No, it's not a reference. I've put together the following regex, which I also commented heavily. Can you give me an example of someone's answer? Because now I feel like I feel intimidated here. Because I'm just like, bam! Look at the C# answer again. Do you have a link to it? Oh, you don't have it. Damn. Okay, I'll see if I can find. Someone said, "Did you Google that?" And then I laughed. They linked to the. Oh my god, they actually did link to the regex web URL. You should answer that person and be like, no, it doesn't extract domains. I'm gonna have something like input. And then output. And then see what the output is when I put this into our little magical baby. So you can't see what I'm posting. So you're probably wondering like, what the hell? But it's okay. You don't need to see Christopher's. Okay, everything exactly the same without the forward slashes and without the port. That's what the output is. This is exciting, Christopher's. And I really appreciate you giving me a challenge, you know? You're like, yeah, no one's done it! This is exciting. Well, that other guy got pretty close, right? So someone's kind of done it. And if I wanted to put the effort in, I'm sure that I can pass all those tests that person wants. But I have no need to do it. Like, I'm not going to use it. This was for me. And I'm going to use this in my short URL thingy. I can actually have it like, yeah, you can't do console.log, but that should be fine. I've put together the following regex, which are also commented heavily so as to hopefully better describe what is going on. It matches all ASCII as well as non-ASCII characters and successfully extracts the required information from your examples. Regex, and then I posted the regex, input, output. Okay, I'm about to post my answer. Here we go, Christophorus. There we go. I posted Christophorus. Woo! I did it. How's it feel? I answered your question, Christophorus. Input and output? Well, it's not really the same. That is how it works. You don't want the protocol? Is that what you mean? Oh, you didn't specify that. Right, I'm gonna have to go edit that then. So you want the protocol to go away? I think I could just do something like this. All right, yeah, I remember what you mean. So this is a protocol. You specified the whole task by yourself. Ah, so you got me to do all the work. Sneaky. I see how it is. There. That took me longer than it should have. Now I just need to get it to behave. Where's that super long domain we had? Yeah, it was this one. Oh my god. As long as you help me with other things, then we got a deal. Okay, there. This is the regex. Where's all the other URLs we had though? There it is. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So we match some things, but now we don't match fußball.de. And the reason for this is this one. So I need to make it stop matching past that point. This is going to be a fun one now. Where's the capture group? There. So I can't have it there, and I'm not allowed to have it there. So the only thing I can do is this. But then it won't let me put it there. I'm not allowed to put it there or there. So there, and then here we had star to prevent it from matching that I remember. Whoops. And if this was a plus, then you would fix that issue, but now you wouldn't match the football, so we need that. And then that stays the same. That was just for the subdomains to match, so it needs to be like that. Oh dear, Christopherus. Okay, so the logic is, let's go back to this. The logic is either a word with a hyphen, as long as it doesn't start with a hyphen, or any of the Unicode characters. One of them at least. Then followed by a dot, which is not optional. Followed by a word or character. Which I think should be, whoops. Followed by the domain. So where's the dot? So there is domain, dot, or technically subdomain, dot, domain, because it's optional. Forward, and then dot, domain. That shouldn't be optional. So it should be okay, I see what's going on. 0 or more. That's 1 or more. So it has to be domain dot. This is optional. Wait, but is it optional? That's the thing. Where's this group? That's why it can be optional. So domain dot. This has to be restructured basically. It has to be the subdomains first, which is optional. Then a domain dot. So domain, we ignore that one if it doesn't exist. The main one is a domain dot. And it has to end here, but it won't let me anchor. See, the anchor is there, which is great. It's something to do with this anchor, and I'm gonna get it now. Just you watch. Anchor, where do you go? And I can't put the anchor there. And I can't put it there, and I can't put it there. And it won't let me put it anywhere else, which is weird. The only place I can put it, which works, is there at the end. But now that only gives me it gets a match. So you don't care if it starts with HTTP, do you? That you don't care about. Where's my extra? So that's a positive look ahead. And we need to specify that that is optional. Which it's not. Can't you just make the protocol a non-capturing group? It already is a non-capturing group. But I'll get there, don't I? The non-capturing group, but we need a positive look ahead. Don't know why it does that. So now we have the positive look ahead, which I specify as optional. Oh, there you go. Shouldn't be, but it is. But I solved it, but now we have the other issue. Wait, can I now put this at the end? Oh, I can't. We almost got it now, Christopher. But the thing is, maybe this should be all part of the same one. No, it doesn't change anything. When I specify it's optional, and that it starts right in the beginning, look what happens. Then it's perfect. But now hold on, one of these changed though. I changed one of these when I was testing. Was it this one? So if that is the protocol and it's optional, oh, this should be the subdomains. There should be as many of those as we need.
Your tax Texas is following the family.
Dare to Texas, thank you so much for that follow. I really appreciate that. My mind right now, Christopher, is jeez, absolute pepper. Because now we fixed the one problem, but now we broke this one. And why? We excluded the protocol, and it is optional. as you can see. And the next step is get 1 or more. Wait, what if it's 0 or more? Alright, that will match that. And what if this is 0 or more? Oh, that's the same issue. So that can't be 0 or more. And this? Same issue as before. So if it's star, and if that is optional, that becomes an issue. And if that becomes a plus, then you can't match that. Okay, I want to test something because I feel I broke something in my original implementation because I misunderstood you. So that's my bad, Christophorus. But the original regex that was fully working, I think it was this one, right? Let's get all the links in, where it was matching everything. We did a global insensitive multi-line. So this matched everything. So I want to take that as it is now. But I just want to replace the regex with a non-capturing group. So it is a non-capturing group, which is strange. Do you see that? Now what if I changed it to a negative look ahead? So negative look ahead doesn't work. Positive look ahead. Look what's in group 1 in details tab. The entire... Oh, it's just www. But I have 2 groups now. So what I did was put that in there and change it to a positive look ahead. And that's the same way we are now. And it's definitely the colon that does that. Do you see that? Because if I remove that, do you see that? Without it now it's fine. But now the problem is that gets matched too. And we care about that. So the star works. The plus fixes that issue.